All is in readiness here in Washington this morning for the nation's 47th inauguration of a president. At the Capitol, in just an hour and a half, Richard Milhouse Nixon will swear the 35-word oath of office for one of the most awesome seats of power in the world. Swear it just as his 36 predecessors have done.
I, Dwight D. Eisenhower, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Good morning. I'm Walter Cronkite, and these are my CBS News colleagues, Roger Mudd and Eric Severai. We'll be with you until 4 o'clock this afternoon to report the second inauguration of President Nixon, the inaugural parade, and all the other events associated with this historic occasion.
This is a CBS News special, the presidential inauguration. This morning, Richard Milhouse Nixon takes the oath of office for a second term. This broadcast is sponsored by the Savings and Loan Foundation for your Savings and Loan Association. We're doing a lot for America, and we want to do more. Here is Walter Cronkite.
Well, this is our 47th inauguration in some 184 years of this nation's history since George Washington first took the oath of office there in New York on the Federal House steps in 1789. This is the 37th President of the United States, Richard Milhouse Nixon, this time taking the oath of office for the second time on this inaugural platform here at the nation's capital, and he's only the 13th president to do that, to have two inaugural ceremonies at the Capitol. A record number of times for Richard Nixon on this platform, 4 times in a principal role, twice as vice president and now twice as the president. Even Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had 4 terms in office, didn't do that because in his second term he took the oath at the White House during World War II. In 1961, Richard Nixon watched his rival, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, take the oath of office after Kennedy had barely beaten him out in the election. 1969, he took the oath of office as a minority president with the man he barely defeated that year, Vice President Hubert Humphrey, present on the stand. This year, in 1973, he stands out there alone a little later this morning with the knowledge that he won the second greatest percentage of votes ever in our history, the highest number of electoral votes, 520, a total of 60.8% of the people having voted for him for this second term of office. For this celebration today and his inaugural address, the weather, well, it's not exactly what had been predicted, but maybe it'll turn out to be. It's cloudy, that had been predicted, but it's a lot chillier than the weatherman says it's going to be. He says it's going up into the 50s today. Right now it's somewhere in the 40s. There's a very brisk breeze coming out of the north, and I'm certain the wind chill factor out there on the inaugural platform is considerably lower than in the 40s even. The crowd that has gathered so far is wrapped up against the chill cold, and along the 2-mile parade route down to the White House, the thousands who have begun to gather for the 2-hour parade are also wrapped in heavy bundled clothes. Let's see what the weather has been like at some of the recent inaugurals. This promises to be the warmest day ever. At least that's what the weatherman said it was going to be. It's been pretty chilly in the past, as you see there. You can't forget that last year it was windy and cold, like it seems to be this morning, but there wasn't any forecast for the temperature to go up into a spring like the 50s, as there is today. Back in 1961, when John Fitzgerald Kennedy took the oath of office up here, there'd been a snowstorm the night before that played havoc with the gala balls and all of that sort of thing, and dropped 8 inches of snow on the ground. They barely got it cleared, if you remember, Roger, in order to get the parade underway and get the president up here to the Capitol, as a matter of fact.
Weather has been about the least predictable thing about inauguration. It's always in and out. You mentioned the 35-word oath. That's the only thing that's required by the Constitution. That's really all you need to be president, is to take that oath. Everything else, the parade, the balls, the celebration, is all in deference to custom. And it is, as someone once remarked, the only national pageant we have other than the Rose Bowl and, say, Miss America, in between various inaugurals. The timetable this morning begins in about 5 or 10 minutes with the assembly of the House and the Senate, and the motorcade, which is assembling down at the White House. We have a congressional delegation, goes down, picks up the Vice President, and then the President at the White House. The motorcade leaves downtown for the Capitol at 11:15, arrives here at about 11:25. The presidential and vice presidential family go inside the Capitol and have a few minutes in quiet in there before they come out. We'll first see the President out on these steps according to the schedule at about 11:40. He takes the oath at 12 noon, if all goes according to the printed plan.
Which it never has.
No, it really hasn't. I can't remember one that's
They've
been
never
precise.
taken the oath by noon. They're supposed to. That's when their previous term expires or the previous president's term expires, but they never quite get it done by noon.
There's no estimate yet on how long the president's speech will take. They have given him roughly 25 minutes. And then they all go inside, back inside, for the traditional Joint Congressional Leadership Luncheon. We will not be permitted to cover that. If you remember, in '53, they let cameras into the Eisenhower luncheon, and Ike was caught, eating, always somebody coming up and stopping him halfway with a little piece of meat on the fork, never being able, so it looked a little awkward. So no cameras, no press. By 1:30, they should be out and back at the White House.
And the parade begins then. Today's events will begin in a short while, as Rogers told you, at the White House. And for a report on the scene there, here's Dan Rather.
Well, Walter, if by chance, and I doubt it, the President happens to be watching, we have a message for him that he should wear his long handles. It's much cooler, cold out here, colder than the weatherman had predicted. The sky is the color of dark buttermilk. There's a wind up. It's rather bitter as the President's motorcade begins to form. In very early stages of it, the President's limousine here just in front of those magnolia trees planted by Andrew Jackson, and just in front of the what used to be the pitch and putt green just off to our right that Ike used, although since President Nixon doesn't play golf, they've covered it up. The President is inside. We're told he was up at his usual time this morning, which is about 6:45 or 7 a.m., had a light breakfast. This was after he worked last night up in the Lincoln sitting room. The Lincoln sitting room, perhaps the President's favorite room in the White House, upstairs in the living quarters of the mansion. The President was up there polishing his inaugural dress for today in the same room where President Lincoln polished his second inaugural dress, the one that says, "With malice toward none, with charity for all." President Nixon has a stereo in that Lincoln sitting room, but we're not told whether he listened to music last night, although Press Secretary Ron Ziegler says the President was in an unusually good mood. The President is described as warm and enthusiastic this morning. He talked to Dr. Henry Kissinger briefly this morning. Dr. Kissinger came into the work side of the White House fairly early. The President talked to him, presumably about the Vietnam negotiations. The latest word, Walter, is that the President's inaugural address today will run on the order of about 20 minutes. As it now stands, it's a rather short address for a Richard Nixon speech, and will run no more than about 20 minutes. No substantial changes are expected from what the President had in mind when he came back from Florida. What he's been doing mostly this morning is polishing. We have seen Senator Scott was here, is already here. Ford is here. Gerald Ford just walked in a few minutes ago, and they're in the map room on the in the bottom floor of the White House, awaiting the President to come down for his pre-inaugural coffee. Dan Rather at the White House.
Just at this moment, the Congress of the United States is coming into the rotunda there, Roger, from the House chamber where they met this morning and assembled. The Senate is assembling also at this moment in the Senate chamber and will shortly be brought over to the Capitol building, brought into the rotunda area of the Capitol. At this very moment, Senator Mansfield, the majority leader in the Senate, Representative Ford, the minority leader of the House, Speaker Carl Albert of the House, are arriving at the Sheraton Park Hotel to escort Vice President Agnew and Mrs. Agnew to the White House. And here out on the platform, Roger?
Walter, that's Tom Iorio, who is, if you'll pardon the expression, the majority pair clerk. He's retiring this year. He is carrying the mace of the House. It's the first time they've let Tom do that, and they did it just simply because they wanted to give him a little goodbye. He's been in the House about 40 years, and that's the symbol of the authority of the House. That's the clerk, Pat Jennings, in the black hat, escorting George Mahon of Texas to his seat. This is the forerunner of the full congressional delegation. The House is the first to come out.
It's going to be interesting to watch this morning to see whether there are large absences in the House. There have been predictions by some of the anti-war leaders in the House that as many as 165, that would be 38% of the House, will not attend this morning, but no one seems to believe that that figure will be anything like that. There may be a few defections.
I think there's Wright Patman, who is now the senior member of the House. He's starting his 22nd term in the House. I think that absentee figure's been dropped to about 18 or 20 now. But we'll never really know how many stay away.
No, because I'm sure they'll fill up those seats all the way so that they won't look like large blocks of absentees. CBS News coverage of the 47th inauguration will continue in a moment. Charles Kuralt travels on the road for CBS News, as you know. Today his travels, as they have for some 50,000 other persons, it's estimated, brought him to Washington. He's here now at the Capitol. Charles?
Walter, Roger was talking about the Constitution a minute ago. Here it is, and what it says in here is, the terms of the President and Vice President shall end at noon on the 20th day of January, and the terms of their successors shall then begin. That's all it says. It doesn't say there shall be a big party, but it doesn't say there won't be either, and so there almost always is.
Could you people just sort of move into one line, please?
The busiest sight to be seen in Washington this week was the sight of people picking up all their tickets to the party. Let's say you wanted to be left out of nothing, that you wanted to go absolutely first class. Well, then, you stepped up to the window. It was necessary to bring money.
Two separate checks, please. Make one out to the inaugural ball for $80.
You'd want, naturally, 2 good tickets to today's parade. The best ones, 14,747 of them, cost $50 each. So, for a couple of seats on a wooden bench, $100. Vice President's reception for 2, $20. America's Heritage reception, $20. Salute to the States, $200. Box seat at the concert, $1,000. That includes free drinks. A box at the ball, $1,000. That does not include free drinks. For $1.50, you get a drink in a plastic glass. Let's assume a rather sober evening for the two of you, $6. Total so far, $2,346. It's getting expensive, but whatever you do, don't try to back out now and get a refund.
I'm trying to get a cash refund.
No, we don't make refunds here. We only sell tickets at this window.
Can you give me a receipt for those 2 tickets?
No, not me. I didn't sell them to you.
Well, I've been over to that.
All right, let me get you a troubleshooter. They shouldn't send you here. I don't know him.
Well,
sorry.
He's at this. I have the number and everything. I've been to four lines now.
I sympathize with you.
And everyone tells me something else.
The inaugural committee expects to take in $992,059 from the parade and $1,820,000 from the balls. That leaves a few odd 100,000 to be picked up here and there. And that brings us back to you. Of course, there are hundreds of souvenirs you can buy, but these are the indispensable, which is to say the official souvenirs. Official felt tip pen, $3. Official white marble paperweight, very nice, $3. Official combination ballpoint pen and telephone dialer, $1.25. There are 6 official lucite paperweights. Total price, $84. This is the official crested tumbler. We'll take a dozen, $12. This is the official inaugural license plate, $15, but those aren't the ones you want. You want the personalized ones with 4 letters or numbers of your choice, $25. Official inaugural book, hardcover, $5. These are the official inaugural medals of silver and bronze. We'll take a complete set, $111. And the official sterling silver plate, serially numbered, individually hallmarked, packed in a velvet case, $150. Add 5% sales tax, and we come up with a total of $414.22, which is more than you would pay for a Niagara Falls t-shirt. There is no official inaugural t-shirt. If you're going to pay this much, and some people actually are, you'd probably want to send an airmail postcard home to the kids. So 10 cents for a card, 11 cents for a stamp, and the total is $2,760.43 for the Washington weekend, plus plane fare, hotel room, taxis, and tips. And that alone ought to make it a weekend to remember. Charles Kuroth, CBS News, on the road at the inauguration.
All of those souvenirs, at least the official ones, help to pay the expenses of the inaugural committee. This inauguration is going to come to the highest cost of any yet, some $3.5 to $4 million. Of that amount, the government, the federal government, the Congress, pays out about $600,000. That's to erect the stands up here at the Capitol. The city of Washington is out around $800,000 for extra cost for police and patrolling the streets and the cleanup and all that sort of thing. The rest of that is the cost of the inaugural balls and the souvenirs and the programs and the invitations, all of that go out. But they get that money back, the inaugural committee. Last year, when the cost of the, or 4 years ago, when the cost of the inaugural was around $2.3 million, they made $1 million. They gave 2/3 of it to charity and kept 1/3 of it as a slush fund for this 1973 inaugural. CBS News coverage of the second inauguration, Richard Nixon, will continue in a moment. Roger, this inaugural is going off a little ahead of schedule. This is the Senate coming into the rotunda, and they're 2 minutes ahead of schedule.
They're right on the mark. There's Barry Goldwater, followed by Bennett Johnson of Louisiana, 2 freshmen, Mr. Haskell of Colorado, Gurney of Florida, Childs of Florida. There's old ex-ambassador Kenneth Keating walking with the Senate today. He's back, being replaced as ambassador to India by Pat Moynihan. Jack Miller of Iowa defeated. Roth of Delaware. This is, don't recognize him, but just ahead of him is Floyd Riddick, the Senate parliamentarian. Miller was one of the surprise defeats at the last election. Mathias of Maryland just ahead of him, and Jennings Randolph of West Virginia. Following the Senate and assembling now in the Senate wing of the Capitol are well, I will pause and point out Henry Kissinger. The White House has taken over probably 100 seats on the steps of the Capitol, and I think most of the White House staff is going to be seated up on the steps behind the president rather than off in some left field corner today.
Roger, Henry Kissinger has been the social lion of the gala parties here in Washington in advance of the inaugural itself. Last night at the concerts, he was trying to get backstage for a cast party. The concerts, and they held him a half hour outside signing autographs, pushed him against a wall, had him trapped. He was with Nancy McGinnis, that very attractive, tall, blonde socialite whom he's frequently seen.
This is Frank Vallejo. Let me get my pointer and I'll see if I can show you. Mr. Vallejo is the Sergeant-at-Arms of the Senate, and Reverend Elson is the Senate chaplain. There's Jim Eastland of Mississippi. He's the new president pro tem. And the leadership, John Sparkman, John McClellan, Henry Jackson, John Stennis.
John Sparkman, once a vice presidential candidate himself.
You forget that,
Stevenson,
don't you? 20 years ago. That's Milton. No, it's not. It's Pastore of Rhode Island, and Fong of Hawaii, and Haruska, Curtis, Montoya, Dominic. I don't know who they're shaking hands with. It looks like from the back, I'm afraid to identify a man from the rear, but I would say Fishbait Miller, but I'm not sure. It is Fishbait. He doesn't have an official part in this inauguration, but he always manages to find the part.
There's Senator Muskie. There's so many personal stories on an inaugural stand. There's a man who had a dream once of standing here today to take the inauguration as the 38th President of the United States.
It's just been, less than a year ago, I'm sure he was convinced that he might make it. There's Mondale of Minnesota and Stevenson of Illinois.
See Robert Dole there just a moment ago, who's just been replaced as the chairman of the Republican National Committee by George Bush, the former UN.
This is the new man right there. That's Clark of Iowa. That's the former administrative assistant to John Culver, who's a congressman. Culver decided he didn't think he could win against Jack Miller in the Senate race, so he decided not to run, and his assistant, Dick Clark, says, I'm going to try it. And he upset the apple cart, defeated Jack Miller. Now, behind the Senate will come the diplomatic corps, the Supreme Court, the cabinet, and the governors. The governors, during the last hour, have been over in the old Senate office building at a brunch. They'll come over by subway, and they are forming in various holding rooms in the Senate wing. Each group has an escort officer. And if they keep it up, they might get the president sworn in at noon.
Right at this moment, the senators Cannon, Cook, Scott, and Representative Ahrens are about to arrive at the White House as the official escort for the president. They'll go inside and have tea. Agnew and his escorts will arrive there, and they'll leave the White House about 11:15, about 20 minutes from now. This, Eric, celebration of our democratic process is, of course, as Roger said, one of the great days of our national life, but with it doesn't have the drama, the hallmark of some great transition of power, one party to another. What it has simply really is to celebrate the continuity of our government, I guess, despite no transfer of power.
Well, that's the happy thing about the whole thing, I guess, and the whole system. We've done it without violence every time now, at least for a very long time, unless you call the Chicago Convention of '68 a non-peaceful transfer of power. This is the great moment for Richard Nixon and his whole life. This is the culmination of it. All those defeats, up and down, barely defeated in '60, barely squeaked by in '68, and now this enormous majority. As you said, Walter, only the 13th president able to make a second inaugural speech to the country. Most of them, the second speeches, haven't been very distinguished in our history. Two are remembered perhaps more than any others as pieces of literature, as something that exalted the spirit. One was, of course, Lincoln's second inaugural, the Malice Toward None speech. The other was FDR's second one in '37, when he talked about a third of the nation ill-housed, ill-fed, and so on. So we'll see how Mr. Nixon does with it. I thought his '69, his first inaugural speech, was one of the very, very, very good speeches of our inauguration ceremony history. Lean prose, vivid, to the point, the work of, I think, really professional writers. We'll see how this one goes. That one, he emphasized, peace. That was the highest title to come to a man, peacemaker. He talked about the crisis spirit in this country and had to have an answer to the spirit, and warned about the limits on government and promised open administration. He talked about reversing the flow of power back to states and localities. Let's see how he picks up the theme in this second inaugural. How much consistency or what he changes.
I'm sure the public and the whole world will be waiting to see if he has anything specific to say about the Vietnam peace today. There have been no announcements out of the White House. This will be his first public appearance since the night before the election, November 6th. That is, to make a public address, public speech. Let's take a look around these Capitol grounds as we see Senator Percy of Illinois taking his place to stands now. Getting kind of an overall view of the scene here. Their colors are just being brought in before the Marine Band, which is the President's Band, as they say, which is arrayed there right below the inaugural stand. Surrounding this east side of the Capitol, some 19,000 places have been made, isn't that right, Roger, for the guests here, not counting a considerable number of press who are right in front of the stand.
I think the press number's about 800 almost. They're directly in front of us. There are
We could pull back on that scene right there, Roger. We could see it perhaps, get a wider view.
That's the president's stand, that curving balustrade there, and just behind that railing is that inch-and-a-half thick bulletproof glass that will protect him. The camera can pull back just a little, then we can see where we are. There's the glass. Behind those are the upholstered seats. The president and vice president will sit right to left, and then it's almost the president stands is almost divided as if are you a friend of the bride or a friend of the groom.
Right.
The president's family is on one side, and the vice president's family is on the other side.
Incidentally, Roger, a little bit of sun is coming out here now. We've got a high camera up on the one side of the Capitol. Now, there's a pretty good shot from that camera that you can see the crowd gathered back there. That's an
general
area.
Standing.
It's general standing room, it's called.
And preferred standing closer in.
And the preferred standing room is assigned. Each congressman gets a few of those, and senators get a few. And the White House gets a few of those, as well as their seats that they can assign. And back there, you see the Supreme Court just coming up there on the left. As this camera pans, that camera is facing east and is panning from south to north. You see right behind our booth there some of the seating facilities, and in a moment you will see the television stand, from which one Democratic congressman, bitter as were so many Democrats about our coverage of the '68 convention, we kind of forget that the Democrats were once mad at us too. He said, no wonder the people don't trust television anymore when the demigods of communications sit in insulated, isolated splendor, reporting on events they can neither touch, nor smell, nor taste, nor feel.
That's us, Walter.
And I don't know what happened to David and Chet that year, but I know that I didn't touch, taste, smell, nor feel the 37th President of the United States. If that congressman did, I'm just sorry I missed the story. So,
there's
here we are
camera
right there.
moving in out. I'm wave to break the window and crash out and wave at the camera, but I won't do that.
The sun's coming out, and that's going to raise the temperature here a little bit. Maybe the weatherman will turn out to be right. On the other hand, over there to the north is some of the darkest clouds I've seen for a very long time, and while he says there is no chance of rain, those clouds certainly look laden to me. CBS News coverage of the 47th inauguration will continue after this pause for station identification.
This is CBS.
A moment ago, Roger, you were talking about that stand out there, the inaugural stand. AP's Lee Bird said to call that great structure with its 8 Corinthian columns a platform or a stand is like calling Westminster Abbey a church or Taj Mahal a crypt. Let's take a look now around Washington at the various inaugural locations. First, Dan Rather at the White House. Dan?
Well, Walter, the motorcade is forming up. Vice President Agnew arrived here a few moments ago with Mrs. Agnew, went inside with Senators Cannon and Cook, who are part of the Congressional Inaugural Committee. Sort of forming up the motorcade, and no surprise to those who know the White House well, the men really in charge, not in charge in name, but in charge in fact, Preston Bruce and William Harrison, who have worked these doors at the so-called diplomatic entrance to the White House for so many years. When anyone has a question, they simply say, sir, you're to stand here or you're to go there. Everything in order. We expect to see the President and the Vice President emerge here in a very few minutes. Dan Rather at the White House.
Mariah McLaughlin is somewhere here in the Capitol stands. Mariah?
Walter, I had made a pact with myself that I would not mention the weather, but I think my red nose gives me away. It is really cold out here and windy. Most of the people that are behind me, not in these stands directly behind me, but behind them in what is called the preferred standing area, are wrapped in blankets, and they really are feeling this chilled wind. I've talked to some of the military who also say they're cold because their respective commanders told them not to wear their overcoats. They wanted them to look good. On the other side of me, where later there are supposed to be some veterans in wheelchairs, even some on stretchers, none of them have arrived as yet. just a few moments ago, 4 buses came up, and about 500 or 600 people got out. The buses had big signs on them that said members of the First Family. And I talked to a number of them, and they all said they were related to either Pat Nixon or to President Nixon. And some of them allowed us how they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and some said they hoped they didn't see each other again for a long time. And so right now, everybody is just waiting for the ceremonies to begin. So back to you, Walter.
Not far from where you are there, Barry Seraphin is at the Law Library entrance. That's an entrance into the Capitol building, and it's the entrance through which the President and the official party will enter the Capitol very shortly. Barry?
Walter, we've already had an interesting assortment of people arriving here, ranging from Arthur Burns of the Federal Reserve Board to John and Martha Mitchell to Colonel Sanders of fried chicken fame. Martha Mitchell arrived wearing a bright tangerine coat and carrying a white fur coat over her arm. Most of the people here will not be able to see President Nixon when he arrives and gets out of his car, because the Law Library entrance to the Capitol is behind the inaugural stand. A military honor guard representing all the services is here awaiting. President and Mrs. Nixon will be met by the sergeants at arms from the House and Senate. Arriving with him will be Vice President Mrs. Agnew and leaders of Congress. Mr. Nixon will go inside into an elevator up to the second floor to a waiting room for a few minutes before making his appearance on the inaugural stand and Capitol steps. 4 years ago, President Nixon stopped here to talk briefly with newsmen. That won't happen this time. We are being kept in a roped-off pen, which is about 30 feet away from the door. Ron Ziegler, the president's press secretary, is not far away, and he said a few minutes ago he didn't know anything about this. But at any rate, we'll be close enough to get a look, but no conversation with the president when he arrives. This is Barry Seraphin at the Law Library entrance to the Capitol.
Inside the Capitol, there in the rotunda, is Daniel Shore. Daniel?
Yes, well, we've had the Congress going through here, and there's been a surprisingly small turnout of representatives, Walter. We counted only 261 of 435 members of the House, only 1 of the 15 blacks. We saw practically nobody of the whole New York delegation, and so the boycott, if that's what it is, may be larger than you expected. Right now, if the camera can get over there, Governor Wallace is coming through and has stopped momentarily to talk to, he's right near Maurice Stans, who apparently has not quite become aware of his presence. He's in a wheelchair. He was the last of the governors to come through the rotunda. All the others are already outside on the stand. The governor appears to be in animated conversation with a lady. He's being surrounded by a couple of his admirers, and he's now being blocked, I guess, by the tail end of the line of the diplomatic corps, which is coming through. In this rotunda, as you know, Walter, this is the geographic center. It was at one time of Washington, and kind of the whole history of Congress is here, and everybody comes through here except the president and the vice president and their families. We're getting now the diplomatic corps, still to come the Supreme Court, the Senate, and the House have been through in numbers not as quite as great as one might have expected, and that's a story at the moment here from the rotunda.
If it is true that that's the whole number, and I suppose, Dan, you were right there to count them, 261 House members, that means 174 are missing, even more than had been predicted might stay away as a protest against the continuing war in Vietnam, even though it is apparently in its last days. There are also demonstrators at 3 points in Washington where they have been assigned, a more militant group, the SDS, the young people, the Yippies, down by the Union Station. They were anticipating that perhaps as many as 20,000, that's what the police said. The demonstrators themselves said maybe 50,000 are going to gather in the major demonstration at the Washington Monument, and the Vietnam Veterans Against the War are demonstrating at the War Memorial. The district's war memorial. All of them have promised a peaceful demonstration, but there are 8,000 police and National Guard on the streets and 2,000 military in reserve here in Washington to be sure that the peace is kept. CBS News coverage of the second inauguration of Richard Nixon will continue in a moment. Rudd first, huh? Out along the parade route, somewhere down there, is Hughes Rudd. Hughes? Hello, Hughes. I said somewhere along the parade route.
I'm at 9th in Pennsylvania, Walter. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can now. See you there.
Well, in spite of that weak sunshine you mentioned earlier, it's not helping a bit. It's a terrible day, really, to watch a parade, which may in part account for the fact that most of the stands along Pennsylvania Avenue are still empty. Now, those little boys you see in the background with the red jackets and berets are not, as some people might think, members of the Young Communist League. No, they're Boy Scouts from Virginia. And their job is to act as ushers and ticket takers in these stands, but that's a little bit complicated by the fact that the boys have never seen a copy of the tickets that they're supposed to be taking. So we're not certain whether or not they're going to be able to keep order or not. So far, very few, almost no anti-war, anti-Nixon signs along this route anyway. One or two that I have seen said things like, "Oh, stop the bombing," which would seem to indicate that the new left is a little bit out of date. And I did hear a couple of young men coming by with a guitar, and they were singing that new Nashville song, "Your flag decal won't get you into heaven anymore," which I suppose was a sort of an anti-Nixon thing. Walter?
Thank you, Hughes. We'll be coming back to you as the day goes on. From a high shot there, you can see down Pennsylvania Avenue toward the Treasury Building. That's looking west along Pennsylvania Avenue toward 15th Street, where the parade turns to the right there at the Treasury Building, makes a little jog, and then continues on Pennsylvania Avenue on west past the White House, a couple of blocks beyond there. The White House is out in the back of that picture, but you can't see it from that particular location. Security along that route is intense indeed, as you can be sure. No windows are permitted to be opened. Mailboxes along the route have been wired shut so that no bombs can be placed in them. Manhole covers have been sealed tight, and there are police every few yards and military along that route. Back here at the Capitol, most of those guests have arrived now. The Congress and the diplomats, the governors, Roger, Bob Hope, we see.
He's been in place for some time. Bob Hope and his wife, and to his left will be, if he comes, Sammy Davis, Pearl Bailey. He's talking to a reporter there. But about a month ago, there was a meeting between the White House, the Republican Finance Committee, and the Democratic...
Excuse me, but we can see Mr. and Mrs. Nixon there in the limousine as they prepare to leave the White House a little early again. Dan Rather's there. Dan?
The President and Mrs. Nixon coming out early. The President nods in this general direction from inside his limousine and smiles broadly. This is the old presidential limousine. There is a brand new one, but they're not using it today for, among other reasons, it doesn't have quite the visibility this one does, and the President is anxious that he be seen. President waving. Mrs. Nixon looking extraordinarily beautiful today as the limousine slows down, pauses just under the Jackson magnolia tree, just ahead of the Jacqueline Kennedy Garden. It's just passed under the Truman balcony, moving in front of what used to be the Eisenhower putting green. The motorcade forming up here. Senators Cannon and Cook riding in the limousine with President and Mrs. Nixon. Robert Taylor, head of the White House Secret Service detail, in the right front seat. At the wheel, Andy Hutch, with the reputation of being the best wheelman among the Secret Service agents. Mrs. Nixon seated at the President's left. This limousine, in which the President and Mrs. Nixon are riding, has a slide-away top, which those riding inside the President can order the top to slide away and he can stand up. And if the weather had been a little bit better, or if it gets warmer during the day, of course that's still a possibility, but it's so bitterly cold out here today that I'd have to say that that's only a remote possibility. We mentioned that one reason that the President wanted to use this limousine was that he could be seen along the parade route. Of course, every President coming back from his inauguration wants to wave along the parade route, and this limousine does have very good visibility. The motorcade is forming up behind the President. The reason that we have this slight wait here is they have to get all of the automobiles in order. There will be at least 3 cars with Secret Service agents in front of the President.
limousine and about 6 or 8 cars behind him. Since it's so cold today, one is reminded of those inauguration days in the past where it was bitterly cold. Ulysses S. Grant's second inauguration, when the temperature got up to 16 degrees finally in the afternoon, and that was sort of the beginning of the inaugural parade coming back from the Capitol. They'd really planned the parade to go down to the Capitol with the president, but it was so cold not many people came out. When the temperature finally got up to 16 back there in the early 1880s, people formed the parade for Grant on that second inauguration to come back, and it's been more or less a tradition since then. Then there was the case of William Henry Harrison, of course, 1841. Chose to ride his white Charger down to the Capitol instead of the carriage, got wet and cold, chill, and a month later died. Isn't that cold today? Temperature in the 40s, but a blustery wind as the president and his limousine starts to pull away from the White House. 2 police cars ahead, Secret Service car pulling just in behind. And in the distance, music from the parade route just barely can be heard. The president can see out the window of his limousine the Washington Monument with the flags still at half-staffed in memory of the late President Truman. Riding just behind the president, not 1 but 2 doctors, Bill Lukash, Walter Takash, his regular doctors.
Yes.
The motorcade for the second inauguration of Richard Milhous Nixon is formed and starts out the southwest gate of the White House, where there'll be a turn and made around to Pennsylvania Avenue. The president determined to make this day go off on time, leaving the White House a few minutes earlier than expected, Walter. And if this kind of time scheduling holds for the day, it may be one of the few, if not the only, inauguration days to go on schedule, if not ahead of schedule.
None we remember.
Walter?
There are none we remember in modern times that have gone on schedule, Dan, but this may be the one. Governor Wallace getting ready to go out now. He's going to take a position there in his wheelchair up behind the presidential stand.
That's Billy Joe Camp, his press secretary, brushing off something that spilled on him, apparently.
There are 2 people who will be in these stands today, in the presidential stand, who have had first-hand knowledge of the need for security. Not only George Wallace, but Mrs. Marcos of the Philippines, who is still nursing wounds from an attack by an assassin out in Manila. Bruce Morton is across from the White House in Lafayette Park. Bruce?
Walter, Dan was saying a minute ago this may be the first punctual inauguration ever. The president is fond of firsts, as you know, and here a little ahead of schedule is the police motorcycle escort. The motorcycle is just going past our position now, and coming along right behind them, the motorcade. I think you can just see now the first of the limousines coming into view here. The drive down to the White House, of course, not a long one. As Dan said, this really used to be the parade. Everybody gathered, the president's friends, military units, political clubs, to escort him from here to the Capitol, and that got turned around a few years ago, so that the big show really is now. And there is the limousine, the first family. The president waving as he went by these still empty stands. The parade, of course, won't be for some hours yet. Car behind him with Secret Servicemen in it. There's a small congressional escort, Howard Cannon of Nevada and Marlo Cook of Kentucky, who are chairman of the Congressional Inaugural Committee, plus, of course, the leadership of the House and Senate. Majority Leader Mike Mansfield, Republican Leader Hugh Scott in the Senate, Speaker Carl Albert, Majority Leader Tip O'Neill, and Republican Leader Gerald Ford of the House. All came over to say hello to the Nixons and the Agnews, and have now joined this motorcade on their way to the White House. We've got a good shot there of the limousine, which is just pulling down Pennsylvania Avenue now. There's no sign at all of any demonstrators in this part of the avenue. It's been closed off for some time while security people checked out the stands. If there are any demonstrations, they've got to be further down the avenue, somewhere closer to the Capitol, but all very calm and very quiet here. They're making the turn now, the corner of 15th Street there, past the Treasury Building. Pennsylvania Avenue, as you know, Walter, takes kind of a jog there for a couple of blocks and then picks up again and heads straight down towards the Capitol. They've made the turn now onto 15th Street, and they've left our site, Walter.
Well, Mr. Nixon's made this trip up Pennsylvania Avenue 4 times. This is the 4th time, and as a principal in the inaugural proceedings, but this is the first time he's ridden alone at the head of the parade. The last time he rode in the car with the outgoing president, Lyndon Johnson, who incidentally is not here for this inaugural. The Johnson family sent word from the ranch that he would not be making it. His health hadn't been the best lately, although this reporter saw him on the ranch just a week or so ago, and he seemed to be in very good fettle indeed.
George McGovern is not here in Washington this time, Walter. He is in Oxford lecturing. Tom Eagleton is said to be at home in St. Louis. I don't know where Sergeant Shriver
is. Snows and a little ice.
As this motorcade moves up to the hill, there are a lot of the president's friends waiting for him up here. Henry Ford and his wife are in place now, and we mentioned a minute ago Bob Hope is here, Billy Graham is here. The president's stand has been arranged, as we mentioned, divided between the Agnew and the Nixon family. And when he gets here, he'll go inside to the Capitol building and have a few minutes. He comes up on the elevator, and Vice President Agnew has to walk upstairs. There's Henry Ford, a large contributor to the Republican Party, as he does occasionally, I think, with the Democratic Party. Just in front of Mr. Ford then was George Bush, the ex-UN ambassador, and now the chairman of the Republican National Committee.
Henry Ford had said in '69 that he was a Democrat, you know, and was all for for Johnson and the others, and then he turned around and said he was an independent. He decided about that point.
Roger is the next president of the United States after this one on that platform.
What's his name?
Is he?
That was the question.
Well, he thinks he's in the motorcade on the way up here. Vice President Agnew. Yeah.
Connolly, Mondale, Kennedy. Who else up there?
Well, let's see. You can go through a long list. You'd have to wait for Agnew to get up there. You'd have to include him, but I'm sure that, well, I guess you'd have to put, what'd you say, Mondale, Kennedy, who else?
Connolly's there.
Connolly
was standing very close to that speaking rostrum, as though it had a kind of fascination for him.
All right, there. Well, there's the turn now. Now they're coming up Jenkins Hill, so-called, now known as Capitol Hill, but that's the, what do you call it, the confluence between Constitution and Independence. It's the turn down there at the base of the Capitol Hill. The Mellon Gallery is there, and it's the little jog they take to come up on the north edge of the Capitol grounds. And they turn into the plaza, and then we'll pick them up here on our Capitol Hill cameras in a moment.
They're going to arrive here just about 1 minute late.
Not bad at all, really.
Bad, no. And so here they are coming up Capitol Hill, which, as you pointed out, Roger,
looks like
accentuated by the...
Looks like a ski slope, but it's really a fairly gradual rise. When they go into the Capitol building, Vice President Agnew has to walk up to the second floor. The president gets the elevator, and they go into two separate rooms that are normally used as hideaways by various powerful senatorial potentates. The president will have Jim Eastland's hideaway. It's a two-room suite that has a kitchen in it. He'll have half of it, Vice President Agnew the other half. And then the Nixon and Agnew daughters, ladies, wives, sons, sons-in-law will go into room 202, which at present is unassigned, but which was recently redecorated. I was in there the other day watching painters put the finishing touches on it. Then from those holding points, they come out onto the Capitol steps.
Presidential motorcade is just now turning into the Capitol grounds themselves. It's got another 20 yards, 40, 50 yards you can see there till he comes into that entrance under the portico. It's called the Law Library entrance, at which point Barry Seraphin will have him in view.
You ought to have him right now. There is no law library as such anymore. It was given that name because at one time the Supreme Court had its session, had its courtroom in the Capitol building before they got their new edifice in the 30s. So they had to have a law library attached to it. That law library is now actually a police changing station, sort of a guard room, but it's still called that. There's the car arriving at the law library with all the salutes going up.
Barry Seraphin, you can come in now. Barry?
Yeah. Walter, the president has just arrived and is getting out of his car with Mrs. Nixon. The military honor guard here has snapped into a salute. There's plenty of security on hand, too, Secret Service and police. The president and Mrs. Nixon arriving with Senators Cook and Cannon. The second car, Vice President and Mrs. Agnew. The few people who can see from the bleachers are all craning their necks to get a look at the president, who is already in the building. Senator Mansfield, Representative Ford, Speaker Albert, all arriving with Vice President Agnew. Mrs. Mamie Eisenhower walking on the arm of Senate Minority Leader Hugh Scott, accompanied by Julie Eisenhower. And the president's doctor has just gone in. It appears that most of this official party is now in. Coming up the sidewalk now is J. Willard Marriott, the motel and restaurant chain, who is the overall inaugural chairman, as he was 4 years ago. President Nixon will go inside, spend about 10 minutes in a waiting room up on the second floor before making his appearance on the Capitol steps. When the President and Vice President do appear, the order of their appearance on the steps will be Mrs. Agnew, then Mrs. Nixon, then the Vice President, then President Nixon. Walter?
CBS News coverage of the second inauguration of Richard Nixon will continue in a moment. So far, this inaugural of Richard Nixon for his second term as President of the United States is going very much on time. The President and the Vice President and their families now in the Capitol building will be coming out shortly onto that inaugural stand where the guests have been assembled now for some time waiting their arrival.
Walter, we were mentioning a moment ago, just before we saw the President down at the White House, that about a month ago there was almost an all-night session between the Republican Finance Committee representative, the Republican National Committee, the White House, and the Congress. And they divvied up these prize seats on Capitol Hill. For the first time, the big, heavy contributors to the president's campaign have been seated on each side of these East Front Capitol steps, so we can show you just what we mean. Now, right here on my little pointer, right there, is Clement Stone, who is chairman of the Combined Insurance Companies of America. He's a contributor of more than $1 million to the president's campaign. Along this whole line is reserved for Mr. Stone. Behind them is John Rollins of Delaware, who is a conglomerate man and a vice chairman of the Republican Finance Committee. Behind him, John Shaheen, who's an oil man, contributed $150,000 to the campaign. Then Tom Pappas, an importer of food, an oil man in Greece, $70,000. Then behind them, the Ford Motor Company has a long line of seats. And at the top, Max Fisher of Detroit, a very successful Republican fundraiser, and the Texas Oil Company. Over on the extreme left, we have Bernard Lasker, former chairman of the New York Stock Exchange. We have, look at my little chart, Sun Oil Company. Sun Oil Company and the Pugh family of Philadelphia. Richard Mellon Scaife, who contributed over $1 million. ABC, CBS, General Motors, H. Ross Perot of Dallas, is a very successful electronic data system. So that's the way these seats are divided up. It involved a heavy negotiation between White House and party and Congress. Congress does not like to be told where to put people. Congress regards everything as unofficial unless they say it's official. So it's really been a constant tug of war between the White House and the Congress.
Roger, we might note that Clement Stone, that big contributor, the insurance man from Chicago, also hosted a banquet here last night for the 180 of some 300 living Congressional Medal of Honor heroes who were invited. All of them were invited. The 180 made it, and they had quite a banquet for them last night that Clement Stone picked up the tab for.
They have given the Medal of Honor winners, there's John Rollins, just behind Mr. Stone, by the way. I mentioned his name a moment ago. But they have given the Medal of Honor winners extraordinarily royal treatment since they've been here. This luncheon and the Joint Chiefs of Staff have had a party for them with minimum 2-star, 3-star generals at every table. And we also have up here on the Capitol grounds a special area behind our broadcasting booth that's labeled wheelchair veterans of Vietnam. That's directly behind us in Section H.
Bob Schieffer is there on the presidential stand, mingling with those guests. May not be quite the word, but he's there somewhere. Bob?
Well, Walter, I'm over in the section where the senior members of the Congress have been seated, just to the right of the inaugural stand itself. And they chose, the senior members chose the seats that they would get by seniority with the chairman up on the front seat. And some of the senior members thought they were not going to have very good seats after all, because just when they sat down, some water started tumbling off the top of this platform here. Chairman Mahon over here to my right of the House Appropriations Committee had to wait a while before he was able to sit down, but that emergency has been cleared up, and of course these congressmen have been around Washington for a long time, and they're hardy fellows, so they're all set now and they have good seats. Oddly enough, the worst seat in the House is apparently going to go to the president's daughter, Tricia. She'll be able to see the president, but she's going to be sitting directly behind one of these posts here to my left.
Bob,
so that's
right
about
now,
here, Walter.
These applause are for Mrs. Eisenhower, a remarkable lady at 76, widow of the late president. Coming in to take her seat, and she's been attending all of the galas and the functions, and now Tricia Nixon and her husband Edward Cox are coming in. And Julie Nixon.
Nixon children live at the White House. Mr. Cox passed his bar examination, New York bar. He's a graduate of Harvard Law School. He's so far unemployed, but I think is going to report to Fort Benning in February as a first lieutenant in the Army.
Got a second lieutenancy in the ROTC at Princeton, I think. Julie's husband is out in the Mediterranean in his role as a Navy officer. His ship's due back, or he's due back anyway, this spring, and out of the Navy finally. He's on the cruiser, the USS Albany, with the 6th Fleet out there. Bob Schieffer, I'm wondering if you still hear me there.
Yes, Walter.
Did any of the congressmen say anything about their missing members of Congress?
No, Walter, they didn't. These are all the senior members up in the front, the committee chairman, and they all seem to be in very good spirits and having a good time. A lot of them brought their cameras, and the main topic of conversation up here was when Colonel Sanders, the fried chicken fella, came in, and several of the congressmen spotted him, and the word went right through, and everybody got a lot of fun out of that. So that's been the main topic of conversation up here so far.
Colonel Sanders appears at an awful lot of places that he's not really scheduled to be. He followed Barry Goldwater all over the United States in the '64 campaign, and after a while Barry got so he ran from him when he saw him in that white suit on a runway somewhere.
Well, there seem to be around 160 members of Congress missing from the stands there. Who that is. Missing from the stands. The other demonstrations against the war
are not drawing the large numbers that were anticipated for them, at least so far. The main demonstration, which was forming up at the Lincoln Memorial to march against death, as they called it, to the Washington Monument, where Senator Philip Hart and Walter Mondale were supposed to make some speeches later today. The police thought it might be 20,000. The demonstrators themselves were estimating 50,000, and about 6,000 of them there so far, it's estimated. There are only 40 or 50 of the SDS and the Yippies down by the Union Station. That's the group at the Lincoln Memorial forming up for their march toward the monument. And I'd say at the Union Station Plaza, that is what the police say are the more militant demonstrator groups, although they too have promised nonviolence. That would be the SDS and the Yippies. The Youth International Party. Now, Mrs. Agnew is just coming down the steps to her seat in the inaugural stand, and shortly after that, Mrs. Nixon, the First Lady, will arrive to take her seat in just a moment now.
That was Mrs. Howard Cannon who escorted her down the steps, and she was seated by Tom Gay, who was the executive director of the Joint Committee. Each important group has an escort officer. The next, you said Mrs. Nixon, and she will be escorted by Mrs. Marlowe Cook, Nancy Cook, who her husband said planned the menu for this afternoon's luncheon. Now let's see, I'm trying to check a time. At 11:38 the president was due out, so we're not but what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes behind schedule, which is pretty good, isn't it?
Practically right on
now.
There she is. This is Nixon.
And that's Mrs. Marlowe Cook, Nancy. They're Kentucky people. Senator Cook is the Republican who is most in evidence as the representative of Congress in the joint inaugural.
I have the fashion notes provided me for this, Roger, if you'd like to hear them now.
Go right ahead.
That's sable collars and an all-wool green coachman coat. Designed by Jeremy Wren of New York. Apparently those plugs have to be put in on all fashion items. Who designs the thing? I never understood that, but that's in there. Light all-wool crepe dress, she has, dyed to match the coat, we're told. Underneath that coat, it has a fitted waist and soft gathers, long sleeves, and soft rolled collar. And will Maestro please hit the music?
You're great, Walter.
I thought so. Shoes, dark brown, brushed suede pumps with a flat bow. I know you're waiting for these next words, Roger, designed by Beth Levine. She carries a matching brown suede bag, and that's by Morris Moskowitz. Her dark brown kidskin gloves are by an unidentified glovier, and
glovier?
I don't know.
Now they're rising, Walter, for the arrival of the vice president. He will be brought in by Mr. Bill Wannell, who's the sergeant-at-arms. He's on the right, on your picture. Mr. Wannell, sergeant-at-arms. On the left, Kenneth Harding, sergeant-at-arms of the House. Ruffles and flourishes, and then I think it's Hail Columbia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States.
Now, Mr. Wannell and Mr. Harding have got a double time back up the steps to get the president. They will be joined up there by Mr. William Cochran, who you'll notice in a minute has beard on. He's a North Carolinian and is the chief operating officer of this joint committee on arrangements for the inauguration. And Senators Cannon and Cook will be up there along with Speaker Albert and Senator Mansfield, Tip O'Neill, the new majority leader of the House. They will bring the president in.
The 54-year-old vice president, his name has become a household word in the 4 years since he stood on that platform the first time to take the oath 4 years ago. Undoubtedly, at least his friends and others have said he dreams of standing in that limelight 4 years from now as the principal figure. That remains, of course, to be seen. He has been given prominence. He's on the inaugural medal this year. 4 years ago, the medal carried only the profile of President Nixon. This year it carries the profile of both President Nixon and Vice President Agnew. And incidentally, Roger, as you know, the Vice President has been taking the oath of office with the President at the inauguration here and on the stand only since John Nance Garner broke precedent to do it with President Roosevelt in 1937.
He'd done it before inside the building, I guess.
In the Senate chamber, the Vice President took his oath. And here comes the President. Through the rotunda, the Capitol. Out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Very healthy 60, doesn't he, Roger?
Sure does. The only thing they said was that he needed a little more exercise than he got. No complaints, no medicine.
He's wearing the same suit he wore 4 years ago, which some of us can't say. Same cutaway coat, striped pants. He's not carrying or wearing a hat, and that's a break with precedent. It had been a top hat up to the time of President Eisenhower, when Eisenhower wore the Homburg, you remember, to the chagrin of the fashion.
Mr. President.
This is Marlowe.
Mr. Vice President, my fellow citizens, I present for our invocation today Dr. E.V. Hill. Dr. Hill.
Dr. Hill is from the California Baptist Convention. All of these people selected by the President, who you'll hear delivering the prayers.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank Thee for the privilege of prayer. With this privilege, we offer to You thanks for life and for abundant material and spiritual blessings. We thank Thee for the indications of peace. We thank You for the various and varied people of our nation, their unique contributions and heritage. We pray that all of us will more and more learn to live together, sharing with one another. We thank Thee for our nation, its leadership, and for the process by which our leadership is chosen. Along with our thanks, our Father, we acknowledge and confess our sins against You and against one another. Help us to become more sensitive to that which offends Thee and hurts us. Father, our dependence upon Thee is evident. Though we have sought peace, we have wars. Though we have plenty, there is hunger. And though we are children of one Father, we have seen hatred, malice, envy, and strife. Thus we plead for Your spiritual healing of the land. Fill us with Thy Holy Spirit, that we may witness a great spiritual awakening. Our prayers today, Father, are especially for our nation's President, President Richard Nixon, and his family. Protect and bless them, we pray. Reveal by Your Spirit in his mind Your will for this hour. Give to him vision to see and discern, ears to hear, a heart to feel, and courage to take a stand. As we join him today in victory and joy, may we as a people also commit ourselves to join him in the more difficult days of the future, that as President, he will not stand alone. I pray for Vice President Agnew and all of the people of the branches of government. We pray for godly peace among our leaders and a godly fear on their parts as they remember the certainty of their accountability to you and to their fellow men. Grant, O God, that we see this year the commencement of a generation of peace among all of the peoples of the world. Grant these blessings, our Father, in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
We will now be favored with the inaugural fanfare, expressly written and presented by the outstanding Marine Corps Band under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Dale Harpham. Colonel. Rabbi Seymour Siegel will now lead us in prayer. Rabbi.
The rabbi is from New York. He was an active worker in the Nixon campaign.
O Lord, creator of all beginnings, we thank you for the opportunity of starting anew. Today, those we have chosen to lead our country, President Richard Nixon and Vice President Spiro Agnew, pledge again their commitment to serve you and this great and blessed nation. Grant them the wisdom to understand their true task, the courage to pursue it, and the health and vigor to persist in it. O Lord, source of all peace, we ask you with all our hearts that we be granted peace, for which we all yearn. Bless us and our leaders with harmony, vision, and strength of purpose, so that we may better fulfill our responsibilities to you and to our fellow man. Bring us nearer to you, and thus closer to each other. For next to being your children, our greatest privilege is that we are brothers of each other. On this historic occasion, we praise you in ancient words of blessing. Baruch atah, blessed are you, O Lord our God, King of the universe, asher chalak mikvodo lebasar vadam, who shares a portion of his glory with mortal man. Amen.
This is the Jewish Sabbath, of course, which gives some problem for Orthodox and conservative Jews such as Rabbi Siegel. He was given a room right up here in the Capitol, so he does not have to use modern transportation and could walk through the ceremony.
I present now the distinguished Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable Warren Burger, who will administer the oath of office to the Vice President.
Chief Justice of the United States has given the oath to the Vice President. In
Since the last 100 years, it's been done by an official of the Congress.
Vice President, would you please, with your left hand on the Bible and your right hand raised, repeat after me. I, Spiro Theodore Agnew, solemnly swear.
I, Spiro Theodore Agnew, solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath is twice as long as the presidential oath. It is the same oath that is taken by all federal officials. The presidential oath is dictated by the Constitution itself and is just half as long, some 35 words.
We will now have a prayer by His Eminence Jacobus.
Archbishop Jacobus of the Greek Orthodox Church.
O triune God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the Creator and the Redeemer and the Comforter of all, who art present everywhere and fillest all things, bless, we beseech Thee, our President and Vice President, who in apparent recognition of the awesome responsibilities of their offices stand reverently before Thee, anticipating the fullness of Thy grace and of Thy wisdom. Immerse their minds in the radiant spirit of Thy truth, their hearts in the tenderness of Thy love, their conscience in the purity of Thy sanctity, their will in the light of Thy commandments, their whole being in the bounties of Thy infinite mercies, and vest them with the splendor of Thy omnipotence, so that they may overcome the wiles of the adversary and fearlessly and victoriously respond to the prayerful expectations of our people and of the peoples throughout the world. For we wrestle, our Lord, not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and against powers, against wickedness in high places, conspiring and aiming at the destruction of the image, the conscience, and the soul of man, for whom Thou hast shed Thy blood upon the cross. Illumine, Almighty One, our President, Richard Nixon, to clearly perceive reality, even though it is blurred by both confusion and disfigurement of truth. Give him the vision to discern Thy presence and suffering, where anguish and pain take their heaviest toll, and gird him with the ability to ever renew his commitment to Thee and to the exploited and suffering ones. For Thou hast commanded us to be ever alert and duty-bound and concerned in our fellow men's painful quest for justice and freedom and dignity and peace. And to Thee, our only Master and servant of men, do we ascribe glory and adoration now and unto ages of ages. Amen.
It will be our pleasure now to hear a presentation of America the Beautiful by the Combined Services Academy Chorus.
self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty, do
highly resolve that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Now, fellow Americans, the Honorable Chief Justice will administer the oath of office to the President of the United States of America. Mr. Chief Justice.
President, are you ready to take the constitutional oath? If you will place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, and please repeat after me. I, Richard Nixon, do solemnly swear.
I, Richard Nixon, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Preserve and protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
guns placed right down there, as you see, on the lawn just to the north of the Capitol building. The Marine band playing hail to the chief, and President Nixon has taken the oath of office for his second term. The two family Bibles on which he's taken previous oaths as Vice President and President used again. Again, the Bible's open to the Isaiah 2:4. Beat your plows into, beat your swords into plowshares, and so on. Mrs. Nixon again holding the Bible.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, Senator Cook, Mrs. Eisenhower, and my fellow citizens of this great and good country we share together. When we met here 4 years ago, America was bleak in spirit, depressed by the prospect of seemingly endless war abroad and of destructive conflict at home. As we meet here today, we stand on the threshold of a new era of peace in the world. The central question before us is, how shall we use that peace? Let us resolve that this era we are about to enter will not be what other post-war periods have so often been, a time of retreat and isolation that leads to stagnation at home and invites new danger abroad. Let us resolve that this will be what it can become, a time of great responsibilities greatly borne, in which we renew the spirit and the promise of America as we enter our third century as a nation. This past year saw far-reaching results from our new policies for peace. By continuing to revitalize our traditional friendships and by our missions to Peking and to Moscow, we were able to establish the base for a new and more durable pattern of relationships among the nations of the world. Because of America's bold initiatives, 1972 will be long remembered as the year of the greatest progress since the end of World War II toward a lasting peace in the world. The peace we seek in the world is not the flimsy peace which is merely an interlude between wars, but a peace which can endure for generations to come. It is important that we understand both the necessity and the limitations of America's role in maintaining that peace. Unless we in America work to preserve the peace, there will be no peace. Unless we in America work to preserve freedom, there will be no freedom. But let us clearly understand the new nature of America's role as a result of the new policies we have adopted over these past 4 years. We shall respect our treaty commitments. We shall support vigorously the principle that no country has the right to impose its will or rule on another by force. We shall continue in this era of negotiation to work for the limitation of nuclear arms and to reduce the danger of confrontation between the great powers. We shall do our share in defending peace and freedom in the world, but we shall expect others to do their share. The time has passed when America will make every other nation's conflict our own, or make every other nation's future our responsibility, or presume to tell the people of other nations how to manage their own affairs. Just as we respect the right of each nation to determine its own future, we also recognize the responsibility of each nation to secure its own future. Just as America's role is indispensable in preserving the world's peace, so is each nation's role indispensable in preserving its own peace. Together with the rest of the world, let us resolve to move forward from the beginnings we have made. Let us continue to bring down the walls of hostility which have divided the world for too long, and to build in their place bridges of understanding, so that despite profound differences between systems of government, the people of the world can be friends. Let us build a structure of peace in the world in which the weak are as safe as the strong, in which each respects the right of the other to live by a different system, in which those who would influence others will do so by the strength of their ideas and not by the force of their arms. Let us accept that high responsibility, not as a burden, but gladly. Gladly, because the chance to build such a peace is the noblest endeavor in which a nation could engage. And gladly also, because only if we act greatly in meeting our responsibilities abroad, will we remain a great nation. And only if we remain a great nation will we act greatly in meeting our challenges at home. We have the chance today to do more than ever before in our history to make life better in America, to ensure better education, better health, better housing, better transportation, a cleaner environment, to restore respect for law, to make our communities more livable, and to ensure the God-given right of every American to full and equal opportunity. Because the range of our needs is so great, because the reach of our opportunities is so great, let us be bold in our determination to meet those needs in new ways. Just as building a structure of peace abroad has required turning away from old policies that had failed, so building a new era of progress at home requires turning away from old policies that have failed. Abroad, the shift from old policies to new has not been a retreat from our responsibilities, but a better way to peace. And at home, the shift from old policies to new will not be a retreat from our responsibilities, but a better way to progress. Abroad and at home, the key to those new responsibilities lies in the placing and the division of responsibility. We have lived too long with the consequences of attempting to gather all power and responsibility in Washington. Abroad and at home, the time has come to turn away from the condescending policies of paternalism, of Washington knows best. A person can be expected to act responsibly only if he has responsibility. This is human nature. So let us encourage individuals at home and nations abroad to do more for themselves, to decide more for themselves. Let us locate responsibility in more places. And let us measure what we will do for others by what they will do for themselves. That is why today I offer no promise of a purely governmental solution for every problem, We have lived too long with that false promise. In trusting too much in government, we have asked of it more than it can deliver. This leads only to inflated expectations, to reduced individual effort, and to a disappointment and frustration that erode confidence both in what government can do and in what people can do. Government must learn to take less from people so that people can do more for themselves. Let us remember that America was built not by government but by people, not by welfare but by work, not by shirking responsibility but by seeking responsibility. In our own lives, let each of us ask, not just what will government do for me, but what can I do for myself? In the challenges we face together, let each of us ask, not just how can government help, but how can I help? Your national government has a great and vital role to play. And I pledge to you that where this government should act, we will act boldly and we will lead boldly. But just as important is the role that each and every one of us must play as an individual and as a member of his own community. From this day forward, let each of us make a solemn commitment in his own heart to bear his responsibility, to do his part, to live his ideals, so that together we can see the dawn of a new age of progress for America. And together, as we celebrate our 200th anniversary as a nation, we can do so proud in the fulfillment of our promise to ourselves and to the world. As America's longest and most difficult war comes to an end, let us again learn to debate our differences with civility and decency. And let each of us reach out for that one precious quality government cannot provide: a new level of respect for the rights and feelings of one another, a new level of respect for the individual human dignity which is the cherished birthright of every American. Above all else, the time has come for us to renew our faith in ourselves and in America. In recent years, that faith has been challenged. Our children have been taught to be ashamed of their country, ashamed of their parents, ashamed of America's record at home and its role in the world. At every turn, we have been beset by those who find everything wrong with America and little that is right. But I am confident that this will not be the judgment of history on these remarkable times in which we are privileged to live. America's record in this century has been unparalleled in the world's history for its responsibility, for its generosity, for its creativity, and for its progress. Let us be proud that our system has produced and provided more freedom and more abundance, more widely shared than any system in the history of the world. Let us be proud that in each of the 4 wars in which we have been engaged in this century, including the one we are now bringing to an end, we have fought not for our selfish advantage, but to help others resist aggression. And let us be proud that by our bold new initiatives, by our steadfastness for peace with honor, we have made a breakthrough toward creating in the world what the world has not known before: a structure of peace that can last, not merely for our time, but for generations to come. We are embarking here today on an era that presents challenges as great as those any nation or any generation has ever faced. We shall answer to God, to history, and to our conscience for the way in which we use these years. As I stand in this place, so hallowed by history, I think of others who have stood here before me. I think of the dreams they had for America. And I think of how each recognized that he needed help far beyond himself in order to make those dreams come true. Today, I ask your prayers that in the years ahead, I may have God's help in making decisions that are right for America. And I pray for your help so that together we may be worthy of our challenge. Let us pledge together to make these next 4 years the best 4 years in America's history, so that on its 200th birthday, America will be as young and as vital as when it began, and as bright a beacon of hope for all the world. Let us go forward from here, confident in hope, strong in our faith in one another, sustained by our faith in God who created us, and striving always to serve his purpose.
Mr. Nixon's second inaugural speech ran a minute 25 seconds shorter than his 1969
President,
speech.
Mr. Vice
It was
President,
interrupted 14 times for applause.
benediction
and 9
will be
times
given this
for the
day
69 speech.
by Cardinal Terence J. Cook.
Heavenly Father, loving God of our fathers, on this inauguration day, we thank you for all the blessings you have bestowed upon our nation and our people. We thank you for the vast resources of our land, the lofty hopes and ideals of our citizens, the devotion and dedication of those who bear the responsibility of public service. Heavenly Father, as we approach the second centenary of our freedom and independence, our gratitude for the past carries with it an earnest prayer for the future. We have yet so much to accomplish. There are even now so many of your blessings not yet adequately shared, so many of our hopes and aspirations still to be fulfilled. Help us to succeed in the great continuing task of assuring a fuller life, true liberty, real peace, and perfect human dignity for all. Heavenly Father, our nation's motto proclaims that we trust in you. Help us to realize the full meaning of this trust. Deepen our awareness that without you, even our best effort is as nothing. Without your help, we simply cannot achieve our hopes and our ideals. Heavenly Father, bless our President and our Vice President, who today dedicate themselves to 4 years of service to all the people of this nation. Give them in these difficult days wisdom and understanding, patience and courage. Heavenly Father, our nation yearns for peace. Help us to achieve true peace at home and abroad, and to be an example of a peace-loving, peace-making people to the nations of the world. We are pledged to be one nation under God. Bless every effort of our leaders to make us one, and keep all of us, Heavenly Father, under the protection of your abiding and never-failing love. Amen.
May I suggest to our guests on the platform that when the ceremonies are concluded, they remain in their chairs until our honored guests have left the platform. Fellow Americans, the inauguration of a president is more than a tradition of ceremony. It is an opportunity to recommit our nation to the ideals of liberty and peace upon which it was founded. And with this thought in mind, we will now be favored by Miss Ethel Ennis, who will sing the Star-Spangled Banner. Miss Ennis.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
President congratulating Ms. Ennis, who is from Baltimore, friend of Vice President Agnew's. She sang at the Republican Convention in Miami Beach, the national anthem. I must say that's quite an a cappella rendition.
She would not sing with the Marine Band. They offered her the services of any orchestra that the government could provide. She says, no, I sing by myself.
Well, she doesn't need it. And
No,
a
she
cappella
doesn't.
like that, the words stand out clearly and have meaning. It's quite a thing.
That's known as a photo opportunity in the parlance of White House press people, and they're standing there, and we'll stand there for about a minute to give the still photographers and the newsreels and anybody else in the crowd who brought their own cameras to photograph the first and second families. So this is the exit of the newly inaugurated president and vice president, and they're off to that joint leadership luncheon, escorted by the sergeants at arms.
They will go back to that luncheon, Roger, and You and Eric Severide will be here at this CBS News booth overlooking the inaugural stand while they are at lunch to talk of the inaugural address and the portent of things to come. I'm going to be taking off from here, going down to our anchor position, our CBS News headquarters here to report that 2-hour parade, 11,600 marching people, 143 units, 55 marching bands, including the largest ever to march, 1,976 persons, 27 military units, 35 floats, 14 equestrian units, and 344 horses. How do you like the plug? Roger, I'll be on my way down there to that anchor position, which will be shared with Dan Rather. Leave you and Eric Severide here. CBS News coverage of the 47th inauguration will continue in a moment.
This is Roger Mudd back at the East Front Plaza of the Capitol. The official party has left the platform. They're going into S207, which is the Senate reception room for the luncheon to be given by the joint leadership of the Congress. That's Senators Mansfield and Scott and Speaker Albert and Congressman O'Neill, and with them will be the presidential families, the Nixon daughters, and one son-in-law, and the Agnew son, Randy, who is here, I noticed, with a new gunfighter mustache. The 3 Agnew daughters, they will be there, plus the various constitutional officers of the House. We have just heard the president's inaugural speech, and all of us have listened carefully. We got advanced text of the speech, I guess, probably an hour and a half ago, and there were some ad-libs in it, and also it serves as a point of departure. Eric, it did not come across as having the buoyant feeling of 4 years ago.
No, I thought it was a very different speech. There were no surprises. It was very low-key. If we're going to be literary critics, it certainly wasn't the piece of literature that his speech of 4 years ago was. That had all the earmarks of very professional writers. He's not a professional writer. He sort of puts it together from ideas, had suggestions of others, and I would imagine that's what he did this time. The word Vietnam was not mentioned in this speech, as I recollect. There are many themes from the '69 speech, however. The theme about a new beginning here. Something has happened in the world to bring forces together so we can have a long, long period of peace. He said that 4 years ago. Also that we're not going to do as much for other countries or as in many places, but we're not going to be isolationists. The repetition again of the federal government doing less for people. He touched on that. He gave the portents of that 4 years ago. And the sharing out of responsibilities. This business of localities doing more is very, very real with him. The business of stopping the growth of federal bureaucracy is very real with him. I think they're matters of fundamental faith. He'd said 4 years ago, too, you know, let's lower our voices. There's been too much screaming at one another. And this time he said, let's have some civility in our debate. Very much the same. There was not, however, a repetition of his promise 4 years ago of keeping an open administration, open communications with everybody. Nor was there any reference to other countries in terms of helping poverty-stricken countries in material and economic ways. Most of the emphasis was on keeping peace and a new power balance of some kind. It was almost like a kind of return to normalcy speech. He certainly is a far different man, immensely more able man than Warren Harding ever was. But this had some of the overtones of that, as though we've been through a long period here that's been not only very hard on us all and hard on the whole world, but that we've approached it wrong, or at least conditions have now changed in the world and at home, so we don't have to do and approach these things as we did. This is a very far cry, of course, from the Kennedy speech when he said in '61 that we would bear any burden, pay any price to salvage freedom around the world. This is a speech of withdrawal, trying to cut our cloth a bit.
Had a certain pinched quality to it.
a subdued quality. It's almost as though we're going to be kind of a caretaker operation here now for some time.
Now, the use of the Kennedy quotation, it was in 61. What would it... Was Kennedy's
well, there were the overtones of it, but it's completely changed. Yeah. Kennedy said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And Mr. Nixon says, ask what you can do for yourself. And now this is a very different kind of thing, as though the whole business since the New Deal, all the way up through the Great Society, if it's not fundamentally wrong, it's gone much too far. And things, the bureaucracy, federal bureaucracy, I think he believes is no longer really rationalizing life. It's helping to paralyze it. And this must be held back.
Now, 4 years ago, number one, he said, let us lower our voices. And number two, I promise an era of negotiation and not confrontation.
Right.
Those are the two things that I remember. And I think it's fair to say that perhaps our voices haven't been lowered as much as they might have been, but at least the campuses are quiet.
Very much quieter.
Because of the end of the draft and the withdrawal of 500,000. And we have had negotiation and not confrontation. Now, did you find in it anything, benchmarks that we can measure his second administration by? In this
well, of course, when the war is finished, and we all assume that it will be soon, then I think you're going to see a whole new atmosphere here, and a new Congress coming in, and we don't know how things will go from there. But he's made no reference to, of course, the other parts of government in this speech.
No word of Congress.
This is his day. He is here as sort of as a guest of Congress, but there is underneath all this, unspoken, a gathering kind of crisis inside this town. Except in periods of big war or great crisis like the Great Depression, the presidency of the United States has never enjoyed so much power as it does today. He's absolutely master, not only this moment, but practically of this building, this hill. It's been extraordinary growth of presidential power, and this is what is now coming to be resented and worried about in certain areas of the Congress, the press, and the bureaucracy.
Just looking at his cabinet, I think only 2 of them now have been approved by the Senate. 4 years ago, he had everybody approved except Walter Hickel. But the Congress, the Senate, is refusing to give him the pleasure of a sworn-in cabinet.
No, he means what he says. Yeah. He has concluded that Congress is too archaic. You know, we always used to say, it was said for generations, historians, political scientists, that the president proposes, but the Congress disposes. Well, that's changed now. The president disposes. He even takes funds that have been appropriated, even though there's been a veto of what he's done. He both proposes and disposes to a very great degree. There was none of that. There was no sense of arrogance in his speech, but he sits there really with a power that is quite extraordinary.
Well, I guess we're going to have to find out from Congress whether it is dispensable or not, according to his view. And Daniel Shore is in our position in the rotunda in the Capitol, and he has got senators with him, and we hope, and for some reaction. Daniel?
Yes, Roger. Here's Rotunda, and through here a short while ago marched the whole House and the Senate out to view the inaugural. I have with me, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I wanted to talk to Congressman Diggs for a moment on the air. With me is Congressman Charles Diggs of Michigan, who I believe was the only black congressman I saw here today. How much of a boycott do you think there was by blacks in the House?
Well, I don't know. I was up front and I didn't see who was here. I just have to interpret anyone's absence as based upon personal reasons or other commitments. In my opinion, the inaugural ceremony is a national ceremony that has nothing to do with who's being inaugurated and what he has to say. Now, the State of the Union message is a different kind of a proposition. So I'm here because I felt that it was my place to be here.
Congressman, the president is saying don't ask what the government can do for you, but what you can do for yourself. How do you feel about the philosophy that he's enunciated?
Well, that's an interesting variation of what John Kennedy said in the 1961. And I think that there is a great deal of relevance in such a statement to some of the needs of this country, because it is true that the government cannot solve all of the problems.
Thank you, Congressman. Nearby is Secretary Richardson. If I can ask him to step here for a minute, because we're on the air. Can I just have you for 1 minute here? Are you on the air?
We are not.
Can I have just 1 second? With me, borrowed from another network where they were not yet on the air, is Secretary Designate of Defense Richardson, outgoing Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare. And I was particularly interested in asking you, Mr. Secretary, because the President appeared to espouse some of the thoughts that you have expressed about too many expectations. Did you like that?
I did, as a matter of fact, Dan. As you know, this is something that's concerned me at HEW. There are so many hopes that people attach to government programs with no possibility that by any standard we could raise enough money to do everything at once. And so it seemed to me for a long time that we ought to try to get more clearly into focus what the competing claims are. So I was glad to hear this.
But as one who has dealt with the problems of people in this country for the past couple of years, when the President says, don't ask what the government can do for you, but what you can do for yourself, you've dealt with all the people who can't do it for themselves. What do you think of that?
I think and I'm sure the President didn't mean to suggest that we shouldn't do what government must do to help. In fact, he explicitly said this. But it's also true, I think, that you can't get there from here by government action alone. We really do need to mobilize the concern of people in their communities to help each other.
Right.
And this is, I think, an important thing to emphasize at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to turn now to Senator Mondale, who doesn't know I'm turning to him, but has always been very fast. If you'll shake hands with the Secretary. Senator Mondale, the President espoused a philosophy in this speech. I don't know if it is your philosophy. It is go do it for yourself and don't ask the government to do it for you. As a liberal in the Senate, how do you like it?
Well, I feel that there's a great deal of merit to the concept that people have to essentially look out for themselves. But the basic difficulty is that many people, because they're ill, because they're tragically poor, because they're handicapped, because they have other difficulties that are beyond their power to handle, need help. And I'm one of those who feel that one of the most important things we do in the federal government is to work with state and local governments on programs to give them that opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Mondale. Senator Mondale, we didn't get a chance to ask about his own hopes for the next inauguration, but that's a story at the moment from the rotunda.
Dan, just for the record, the temperature did not rise, although everybody said it would. It's 40 degrees as of about 15 minutes ago, and the wind is from the north-northwest at 16 miles an hour, which means that once you leave this living room, our studio, it is not very comfortable outside. In fact, it was very cold, and people came not very well dressed for today's inaugural. They were assured that the temperature would be up in the middle or high 50s, and it never got above 42 or 3. Marvin Kalb has been listening to the ceremonies and watching them, and he covers the State Department for us, and he has with him several foreign journalists that he knows and whose opinions he respects, and he's going to talk to them about their view of today's inaugural speech. Marvin?
Roger, I'd like to introduce them first, Mr. Tibor Kovac of MTI, that's the Hungarian news agency, and Mr. Adalbert de Sigonzac of the Paris newspaper François. Gentlemen, colleagues, let's start. What is your overall impression of the inaugural speech? Mr. Kovac first.
Well, as far as philosophical policy statement can go, I think it's a very good speech. If matching political actions are following up, then it might be historical.
In what sense?
Well, I think this is the first time that an American president emphasized the philosophical acceptance of the peaceful coexistence, not only just a practical necessity under the nuclear weapons.
Mr. de Sigonzac.
I wouldn't go as far as that. I think it's a very important speech and an interesting speech because it does show that the president is continuing the policy which he has applied in these first 4 years, that there's a continuity of relations with the communist countries. There's a continuity of the relations he wants to re-establish and modify to a certain extent with the Western allies. And but how all this is going to be done is not very well defined. At this stage, there's only a sort of general philosophy, and now one has to develop all this in a more precise form, and we'll see in the next few weeks what shape all this is going to take.
Gentlemen, I have to cut back to Roger. Roger, back to you now. I'm sorry.
Well, the reason, Marvin, is that Governor Wallace is anxious to leave the rotunda and has agreed to wait very briefly while we get our lines fixed and switch back to Daniel Shore in the rotunda for a comment.
Yes, that's right, Roger. Governor Wallace came in spite of the fact that it's a hardship for him, too. He wanted to be at the inaugural today. He listened patiently to the address, and I think the first thing I'd like to ask him is, there was a philosophy in this inaugural speech by President Nixon, and I wonder how much it accords with yours.
Well, I thought the speech was fine. I think the attitude that one must do for himself what he can instead of depending upon the government is something that must prevail in this country if we are to survive. And I think for too long everyone has looked to Washington to solve their problem, and the problem has to be solved either at the local level or within themselves. Not that Washington shouldn't do what it ought to do under the circumstances within the context as intended for the national government to do in the past, but generally speaking, it was a good speech, and I agreed with it.
On a platform like that, do you think you can support President Nixon during the next 4 years?
Well, of course, 1976 is a long time off, but I thought the speech was fine.
I take it when you say that you're speaking as a man who is still a Democrat and not moving over.
Well, of course, we come here today to pay homage and honor to the man who occupies the office, but also the institution itself. And I would come to the inauguration whether I agreed with any of the philosophy of the president or not, because it is an institution that we honor on today. But I did agree generally with the speech that Mr. Nixon delivered. Although sitting behind Mr. Nixon, not being able to hear as good as I would like to hear, I would say that I will read the speech in the newspapers at length.
You look pretty well. Can I ask you how you're feeling these days?
Daniel, I'm feeling fine. I'm doing well. It's been about 8 months since I had my accident, as I call it, in Maryland, and I'm doing all right. It's going to take a little while longer, but I'm coming along fine.
If you knew that President Nixon was going to say today, on his second inaugural, so many of the things that you agree with, would you have made the race?
Well, I think maybe making races and primary campaigns throughout the country help alter and help form the viewpoint of the leadership of the national parties. And I feel that the campaigns that I participated in, the primary campaigns, and that which I espoused, which is now being talked about by many people, including the president in his inaugural address, is something that helped to bring that about.
You're saying you think in the Nixon speech of today there may have been a little bit of Wallace?
Well, I didn't invent what I've been saying. What I've been saying is what many people have been saying, and what many Republicans have been saying, and what many Democrats have been saying. But I think that I went out on the primary campaigns and showed them that the average American was fed up with many things in our country, and he wanted some changes brought about, and I believe the Republican Party accepted that message down in Miami, and I think they've accepted it in the inaugural address also today.
Governor, you've been very kind. I don't want to detain you too long, and nice to see you.
Yes, sir, Dan.
Governor Wallace, Roger.
It's interesting, Dan, the other night at the Salute to the States, the so-called gala, which was Thursday night, the governor and his wife were there at the Kennedy Center, and he got a standing ovation, and the response to his presence from the Republicans was almost as warm as it was for Vice President Agnew, and the Hollywood star in charge of the gala at the time, Hugh O'Brien, said to further applause that, Governor, if you can't stand for the people, we'll stand for you. Just briefly, the demonstrations that had been forecast in varying amounts have not really materialized enough to worry these heavy security forces in Washington. There were, during the president's inaugural speech here, a few shouts, not quite audible to the television audience, but audible to the security people, a few shouts of "killer" and "stop the war." There was no quick move made to to silence them. A few were asked to leave, and they did leave, but there's been nothing that has caused security forces to worry excessively. CBS News coverage of the second inauguration of Richard Nixon will continue in a moment. It's clearing out very quickly on Capitol Hill. As soon as the oath and the speech were over and the president and his family and the vice president and his family went inside, that was the signal to get out of the cold weather. And in about 5 minutes, these stands, which cost about $600,000 to build, were deserted and empty. A long line of motorcades taking of cars in a motorcade taking officials back to the White House. There are 2 other luncheons on the Hill in Washington today, 1 other one on the Hill in addition to the president's. There is a luncheon for the cabinet being given by Senator John McClellan, chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, and Senator Percy of Illinois. And down at the White House, there is to be a brunch for the governors. The boards you see around those trees are put up there because the architect of the Capitol virtually goes out of his mind when anyone breaks a twig on a Capitol tree. They have spent over $600 to board up that tree. I don't think the tree itself would cost more than a couple hundred, but there's an awful lot of wood enclosing some young trees on Capitol
Hill. Some of those old trees, Walter, the bigger ones, go way back to Washington, don't they? The Washington elms, we used
the big
to call
ones,
them.
but those are the little ones. And the architect's office just doesn't want anybody in them snapping off branches, and I suppose
in case anybody cares, these stands are built of southern pine and Douglas fir, and they're all salvaged and recycled some way, some other use later on.
Well, you know, 4 years ago, Skinker and Garrett, the contractor on this job up here, sold all the excess lumber for about, well, I don't know what it was. I think it was about $100,000, and they used all that lumber to do the sheathing on about 100 houses down in Tennessee.
Yeah.
The president's stand itself, with the columns and the Corinthian frieze-work, that's all permanent and is stored in a warehouse here in Washington. But slowly the people are leaving and going back to hotels for brunch and lunch and drinks and a little warmth, and then to get dressed and go to the galas and the inaugurals tonight. Nelson Benton is at the Washington Monument now, and he has a report for us on the demonstration there.
Roger, we're located, that's the White House South Portico you're looking at, and we're just about 1/2 mile south of there on the northeast corner of the Washington Monument grounds, which is the principal location site for what is expected to be the largest anti-war demonstration coinciding with the inaugural. The people who are sponsoring it, the National Peace Action Coalition and the People's Coalition for Peace and Justice, expect, they said, tens of thousands. We're told by CBS News correspondent Hal Walker, who is at the Lincoln Memorial, where the bulk of this crowd is assembling for this rally, that there are about 15,000 people at the Lincoln Memorial. They will march down Constitution Avenue, coming from the west at a distance of about 8 blocks to the monument ground, and will gather here at this speaker's platform to hear from a number of speakers, including Senator Philip Hart of Michigan, a Democrat, the new congressman from the state of Georgia, Congressman Andrew Young, who was assistant to Martin Luther King, just elected, also Congresswoman Bella Abzug of New York, the Reverend Philip Berrigan, who will speak to this crowd. The rally itself is due to begin at about 2 o'clock, and it will last for a couple of hours. There's another demonstration site in the capital city, right close to the Capitol itself at Union Plaza, and CBS News correspondent Ike Pappas is there.
There are about 1,500 demonstrators here now. They arrived at this point, Union Station, just as the ceremonies up at the Capitol, which is about 3 blocks away from this point, were ending. So what we have at this point is a mix of people, those coming down from the ceremonies down Delaware Avenue, up on the Hill, and the demonstrators carrying their placards and their Viet Cong flags, the black flags of revolution and so forth. And we do have a contrast also. The people here in their finery, their inauguration dress, and the demonstrators who are in their dungarees and the traditional dress of the protesters. Mingled in the crowd also are police uniformed police and plainclothesmen who are on the lookout for any disturbances that might break out. So far, though all has been peaceful, there's been no attempt by these demonstrators to try to interrupt the procession of people or to hassle them in any way, as we saw in the Republican convention in Miami this past summer. And as a matter of fact, these people, most of them members of the SDS, have publicly announced that they will attempt to demonstrate peacefully, that they will not resort to violence. The demonstrators are attempting at this point to hold a rally to protest the war. Leaders admitted this morning that some of the urgency has been taken out of these demonstrations by the imminent signing of the peace treaty, but they said no ceasefire is in effect, that the killing is still going on, and that they are here to protest that fact. The demonstrators marched here some 12 blocks down H Street without incident. After the rally here, they will proceed, they say, to the Washington Monument to join the other demonstrators. This is Ike Pappas at Union Station.
Ike, U.S. Park Police now estimate the crowds at the Lincoln Memorial on their way to the Washington Monument and those already at the Monument demonstration site at about 20,000. We spoke a moment ago about the effect of the cold weather, and some of the ceiling is fluttering down from the still photographers above us. But we spoke a moment ago about the effect of the cold weather on the crowds and how ill-prepared so many of them had been. Mariah McLaughlin is here on the Capitol Plaza, and she wants to talk to a few who were here.
Roger, most of the people, as you said a few minutes ago, have gone. I'm standing here between two shivering Marines, and people really weren't prepared for this cold. We had a couple of people who had to be taken away in ambulances. There was a great deal of work in the first aid stations. People just frozen hands, frozen feet. The area that had been set aside for the wounded veterans, those in stretchers and those in wheelchairs, that plan was abandoned. There was a glassed-in area for them, and it just formed a vacuum, and it really was too cold. I talked to a few people about the speech, and they all said that they thought it sounded very good, and they hoped all that the president said would come true. I also talked to Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge for a few moments, and he said that he thought it was a very impressive speech, and he liked the line that you all have quoted so many times about taking care of yourselves. I don't know if you noticed, Roger, a few moments ago, a whole line of open convertibles moved out of the Capitol Plaza, getting ready to take people down in the parade. And I talked to a couple of the drivers, and they said the intention right now is to go down in open cars. And that's about all there is from here, Roger. Back to you.
Open cars, boy, that's a tough one today. Daniel Shore, still on duty in the rotunda, is now with Senator Muskie. We're going to hear some reaction from the man who might have been. Dan?
The man who might have been, indeed, Roger. It was just 4 years ago at the first inaugural that I stood here interviewing Senator Muskie, trying to draw him out on his plans and on whether he had hoped that 4 years later today he might be the one being inaugurated President of the United States. And I guess, Senator Muskie, the first question has to be, now 4 years later, what do you think about it all?
Well, interestingly enough, I devoted very little time to thinking about the last 4 years and spent more thinking about the challenges that lie ahead and trying to get some clue out of what the president had to say that would indicate whether or not we could expect something new and different in the months immediately ahead, or whether it was going to be a continuation of say, the differences that divide the president and the Congress in so many instances.
It was interesting that the president never used the word Congress in this whole speech. He didn't use Vietnam either, though he spoke to the war that was drawing to a close. He never mentioned Congress. He talks about...
Well, he really does.
Is this coming battle with the Congress over powers, over who's going to wield the power of the purse and the power of war making, is that going to be a serious fight?
I think it is, and it ought not to be regarded as a personal fight between the president and his political opposition. The president, obviously, in his first 4 years has developed some very strong convictions as to what the role of the presidency ought to be vis-a-vis the Congress in the field of both foreign and domestic policy. And those views, I think, have created, some fundamental constitutional issues. The Congress has its responsibility to uphold its position, and the President obviously will do that in his case. And it seemed to me that this speech today was most notable in not suggesting that there's been any change in his view on this confrontation. This President does things deliberately. And when he excluded issues of this kind from his speech, he did it deliberately, which is my signal that he's going to continue to persist in the views that have become more and more visible in the week since the election.
Senator Muskie, thank you. Maybe 4 years from now.
Maybe 4 years from now. Thank you, Dan. I look forward to that.
Senator Muskie.
Well, you can see already, Dan, that members of the Congress are sharpening their knives. The little jab that Muskie gave the president, saying he never mentions Congress when he comes up here. So just briefly, we'll pause in a moment. Richard Nixon has now been sworn in for his second administration, the 35-word oath. He has given a 15-minute speech, and he says the nation is standing on the threshold of a new era of peace in the world. CBS News coverage of the 47th inauguration will continue after this pause for station identification.
This is CBS. News coverage of the presidential inauguration continues. This portion is sponsored by the Savings and Loan Foundation for your Savings and Loan Association. We're doing a lot for America, and we want to do more. Here again is Roger Mudd.
President Nixon and Vice President Agnew and their families are inside here at the Capitol building having lunch with the joint leadership of the Congress. The menu, for the record: shrimp cocktail, tenderloin of beef, green beans, almondine, broiled tomato, grapefruit, avocado salad, rolls, butter, fresh strawberries with cream, mints, and coffee. They're having lunch in the Senate reception room, and at the luncheon, at about 5 large circular tables, are the presidential delegation, the joint leadership, and their families, and the various constitutional officers of the House and the Senate. The White House wanted to have that luncheon down at the White House to make things move more quickly, and the Congress says you can't have a luncheon given by the joint leadership of the Congress for the President and not have it on Capitol Hill, and therefore it is on Capitol Hill. President Nixon himself picked the theme for this inauguration, the spirit of '76. It is one which both looks back to the nation's birth and forward to its 200th birthday. Charles Kuralt found out that the theme doesn't stop at the inaugural stand.
They're changing the song out here today. 147 trombones lead the big parade, with 310 cornets right behind.
And that is not to mention 694 flutes and clarinets, 68 tubas, and 27 big bass drums. In all the history of marching bands, there's never been a marching band like this. 1,976 musicians. 1976, get it? From 20 high schools in Fairfax County, Virginia. They had one rehearsal, that's all, at the only place that was big enough, a Naval Air Base runway. And for a while there, it looked as if the thing would never fly.
Any more bass sax? Contrabass sax? Double contrabass sax? Baritone saxes? Any baritone sax? I'm trying to quit. Quit what? Let's go. Baritone sax. 2 more tubas up front. Let's go. Okay, now majorette. Majorette. Flag. Right? Yeah, right. Majorette. Majorette. Now, how did you come up with this? Flag, flag, flag. Come on. That's it, sweetheart. Majorette.
The striped sweater that's wandering around down there. What section are you in? Well, the tubas, put your tubas on your shoulders. All right. Now, will the 2 tubas who are in the rear here pay attention? Hey, the girl in the brown coat. You should be right next to the boy with the blue shirt. Give me a signal when the rear of the band is all right.
Through all this madness, the man whose idea this was, Tommy Walker, a producer of spectaculars, kept insisting it would work. on the theory that while the flutes couldn't hear the trumpets, they could both hear the cadence of 164 drums and cymbals.
Please, gang, when we get going, listen to one another. The only way this can happen is to listen. And if you listen, this is going to be the most sensational thing that ever hit the street.
The drums, we can assure you from experience, are going to sound like cannons as this band swings down Pennsylvania Avenue to end the inaugural parade. President Nixon himself, who is known to have a fondness for spectacle and who approved the idea of a 1,976-piece band, should be knocked out. And so, after the rehearsal, Tommy Walker was smiling.
It is going to be a good finale to the parade. It really is. I can hardly wait.
147 trombones led the big parade with 310 cornets right behind. It's just a shade unwieldy. But one consolation to the organizers, the band is so big and it takes so long to pass that if the brass at one end is playing one song and the flutes at the other are playing another song, it's unlikely that anybody will notice.
This is the view from the west front of the Capitol, looking down Pennsylvania. The big bell tower there is the old post office building. Almost, that's about 12th in Pennsylvania. And they, as best I can make out, that's the parade forming up, or at least reaching some sort of formation to begin the procession from the hill down to the White House. CBS News coverage of the second inauguration of Richard Nixon will continue in a moment.
What do you want to know about money? If your money in a savings and loan is insured up to $20,000 by an agency of the U.S. government, how can you have more than $20,000 in the same savings and loan and still have it insured? The answer, multiple accounts. One in your name, one with your spouse, one with each child. With multiple accounts, this family's savings can be insured up to $100,000. Your savings and loan wants you to know how money works.
How does compound interest work? Suppose you deposit $50 in a savings and loan and add $50 every month for 15 years. At current interest rates, you could then withdraw $50 a month every month for the rest of your life, your children's lives, your grandchildren's, forever and ever, and never touch the money you deposited. Your savings and loan wants you to know how money works.
Just reading the schedule of what's ahead at about 1:15, the presidential luncheon is over. At 1:20, the sergeants at arms of the House and Senate bring out the president and his wife and the vice president and Mrs. Agnew to the motorcade, which starts at the law library door, which is what you're looking at now. Those cars are in line and ready to go in precise military order. And then at 1:25, the motorcade departs to the White House in also very precise order. And behind them comes the parade. And by the time the president is at the White House, the first units of the parade will be swinging by. And if their promises hold true, as they have so far, the whole thing should be over by 4 o'clock. Eric, I'd like to hear a little more from you about what everybody has alluded to except the president, which is the conflict between the executive and the Congress. Do you think it's as serious as Muskie says?
Well, I think once we get peace in Vietnam, the mood is going to improve. But yes, I think with the fundamentalists up there who are concerned about the whole process of government in this country, it is getting pretty serious. You know, I would think that those congressmen would keep the president at luncheon just as long as they can. They haven't seen much of him for quite a while, and they're not going to see him in person on the occasion of the State of the Union speech, which is the end of this month, early next month. He's just going to send it up in written form, which used to be the practice, I guess, before Wilson started going up in person. I believe that's right. But I think you can foretell what some of the lines of criticism and argument are going to be about the themes here that he's expressed. He, of course, takes off from the proposition that the gap between people's demands and expectations and the capacity of government, particularly at the federal level, to meet them is just so great it can't be done. And let's get those demands down somehow, as well as the budget, which is what really worries them. They're afraid of a bust somewhere along the line with these deficits. That's behind so much of this. But it's odd, perhaps, to talk this way about more self-reliance, individuals falling back on themselves. This is the complaint of so many people, that we live in a time of great units, enormous units, great corporations, big government, big military, big universities. How do they do that? And I think you'll see a line of argument developing in the Congress and many places, in the press, intellectual community, that what he's talking about here is let's diminish this welfare state, but he's talking about aid to individuals. And they will argue on the other side that what is coming, almost with his blessing, is a kind of a corporate, not a welfare state, but a corporate state. That he does not act or does not talk in terms of doing less for business. This whole inaugural is attended by hundreds and hundreds of corporate heads from all over the country, every kind of industry, all of whom want something from government or don't want government to do something to them. It seems to me that figures indicate it's becoming a more and more closely knit relationship, the corporate structure and the political structure of the country, where you're getting a greater gap between the political community, the power community, and the cultural and intellectual community. I don't know if this is healthy for a country or not, but I think that's about where we are. And I think in Congress that'll be a lot of the argument, and they will associate that argument with their worry about the loss of their own power.
It's strange that because so many presidents have come from the Congress in recent years, that once they leave it, they really would like to get rid of it.
Well, they know how archaic it is and how difficult it is.
CBS News coverage of the 47th inauguration will continue in a moment.
Sir, what kind of gum are you chewing?
Oh, they're all the same.
Oh, am I on TV or something? Is this kind of gum any different?
Is it new? Yeah, it's new. New Lifesavers gum.
Sniffer. Really good. Tastes like Lifesavers. See? Peppermint.
It's a whole new thing that's happened.
Lifesaver gum, huh? Yeah, sure. Those packs. Pretty good idea, but you left out the whole.
Lifesavers gum.
Every car engine has an enemy, dirt.
I'm dirt. I'm dirt. And it's car engines I love to hurt. I try to make them stall and stutter and stop. And if I do, what can you do? Ha! You can't even call a cop. You can't arrest dirt. And I'm dirt. I'm filthy, rotten dirt. I try to make your engine whine and whimper and yelp and cry for help. Ha-ha, I'm dirt. Ha-ha, I'm dirt. Ha-ha, I'm dirt.
But dirt has an enemy, Mobil detergent gasoline. Mobil hates dirt.
Always a matter of some suspense for us at CBS News to find out who Hughes Rudd is going to come up with next when we go to him, switch to him, and this time he's with a souvenir vendor. Hughes?
Roger, before I wanted to talk to that gentleman, I couldn't help but think when I heard you discussing President Nixon's menu a while ago, we felt pretty envious down here. Those street people, it comes down to hot dogs and hamburgers. They're 40-cent hot dogs and 55-cent hamburgers, and they're pretty basic hot dogs and hamburgers, too. I don't know whether they've gone up since the voluntary wage and price thing went into effect. Excuse me, sir, how is your business?
Lousy right now.
Well, how do you account for that?
I don't know, the truth.
Are there too many young people around, or was not spending money, or what?
Well, that could be something to do with it.
Well, how are your prices running? How much are all these things?
$1.
$1 for everything?
No, sir. I got Red Skin pens here for $0.25.
How much were the dollar items last year? Do you remember?
Around 50 cents.
When did they go up?
Well, the price of living went up.
But are you aware that the wage and price thing is now voluntary? Maybe you're not supposed to have let them go up.
I don't know about that.
You just sell them. You don't
sell them. That's all I do.
And we just find them, Roger. Back to you.
Yeah, he just sells them. He doesn't philosophize. That's the first time, Hughes, I've ever heard you refer to yourself as a street person with hot dogs and hamburgers. So we're waiting now for the Vice President and the President to emerge from S-207 here at the Capitol, which is now almost deserted, at least compared to what it was 30 minutes ago. I noticed during the swearing-in ceremonies and the whole ceremonies today an awful lot of empty seats. I also noticed that the press section was about 3/4 full. And just to point out to you one little feature that you may not have seen, if the camera will hold right there at the President's portico or platform, you will notice a baffle just above the presidential seal. That's cheesecloth or something akin to it. And that's about 6 feet high. It doesn't look that way, but it is. And early this morning, about 3 o'clock, on the back side of the stands, one panel was opened up and some Secret Service agents went up the aluminum extension ladder, and they've been in there since 3 this morning, I suppose with little hand warmers and bologna sandwiches. That's tough duty to be up there. But they're up there from 3 o'clock, and they won't come out until we've gone, so we can't see them come out of there. But that's the security, and it has nothing to do, really, it's not directly related with the size of the crowds here or the possibility of demonstrations. They've always done that as long as they've had that portico. So the President will come out this door, the so-called law library door. There's actually not a law library down there, but that's the most convenient exit. There's an elevator right inside that door that goes up to the new East Front. It's not new anymore, but it's still called the new East Front. And there, if you see the row of windows over on the extreme right, that's right, if they keep moving in, just through there, through those rooms and across the corridor is approximately, on the second floor, approximately where the President is. S-207 is just beyond those. And that luncheon is something I gather from talking to various congressmen and senators that the presidents really don't like to go to, but are sort of sandbagged into going because they have to come up here to take their oath of office. The ceremony on the Hill is really a reaffirmation of the 3 branches of government, despite the current controversy between the executive and Congress. It's the President comes to the Congress to be sworn in by the Supreme Court Chief Justice, who comes over from his court chambers.
There's no rule that says it has to be done here.
No, it's not.
It's been done elsewhere. Roosevelt did it. Didn't he do it in the White House in the war years? 45.
In 45 he did it.
Washington did it in New York the first time.
But it's a good tradition, and interestingly enough, you know, Eric, Mike Mansfield said the other day that he thought the cost of the inauguration and the unbelievable security that we had to engage in had gotten out of hand. And then Marlowe Cook the other day said that his committee on the inauguration was going to write a report, and he said, you know, really, if you want to make everything secure, swear the President in at Kennedy Stadium, and then bring him back to the Congress and have him address a joint session and have that on television. But if it was $2.5 million 4 years ago and it's $5 million this time, it'll go to $7 million next time, and then you're over $10 million. And these senators are saying that kind of money is not worth this pageant. I don't...
It doesn't come out, very much of it, out of the taxpayer's pocket. There is a congressional appropriation that's less than $1 million, I think.
That's
but
right.
It's mostly private money. They buy all these things, all these rich folks come, buy all these tickets, and they make a profit on it some way or other.
What has happened is that the merchants in town, Garfinkel's and the Washington Post and the big department stores, put up a guarantee.
Yeah.
And so that there are operating funds, and then if there's a surplus or a profit, the money comes back. I think generally they recoup about 85 cents on every dollar they kick in.
It's like the average college town in this country. All the sweet innocence is gone. It's business now.
Well, they have merchandised this inauguration to the fullest extent. They've had the local Redskins football coach promoting ticket sales, and on the radio, on the television. Bruce Morton is at Lafayette Park, and we want to hear his report from his vantage position. Bruce?
Roger, I was kind of impressed with the idea of the inauguration merchandising itself. I think that's what the president was talking about in his speech, wasn't it? Don't let the government pay for it, but get out and make a buck with it if you can. What we're doing here, really, Roger, is waiting. There have been all kinds of security precautions here as the morning went on. At one point, had a man lying down on his back on a little cart with a flashlight being pulled along by the stands, looking for suspicious objects underneath them, I guess. They had some dogs here sniffing about for explosives or whatever. One dog found a bone. Nobody found any bombs. And in the last few minutes, some people, as you can see, have started to arrive. A series of buses have come over, I guess, from your area down at the Capitol. A couple of buses marked Diplomatic Corps, a couple of buses marked Press. And these stands, although they're nowhere near full yet, are starting to fill up. It's cold here, just as it is everywhere else in Washington. You can tell the early arrivals from the late. Those of us who came early believed the weatherman, and those of us who came later, the folks you see in blankets and galoshes and all the things that people take to football games. We're still, I guess about 25 minutes off the time when the president's escort is supposed to get here. Military units and then the cars with the president and the rest of his party. The stands are starting to fill up. The stand right behind me there is the one the president will be sitting in, of course. That's heated, which is helpful on a day like this. And there have been people in it all morning checking it out. I must have seen 15 Secret Service agents go by that way. I don't know who's in there just now, but there's one man there with a vacuum cleaner, so the president's vantage point will be spick and span. Roger?
Okay, Bruce. That was Bruce Morton at Lafayette Park, which is directly across the street from the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. And everybody is hunkered down here on the Hill waiting for the president's exit. And it shouldn't be long. I think the last estimate was that the president would come out in about a minute. And that takes, I guess, probably 10 minutes to get in his motorcade from here to the White House. And at last report, he used to go into the White House and I think change his clothes. He wore, I guess you call it a morning coat and the semi-formal pre-noon dress for state functions. He'll change into a business suit and then, as Dan rather suggested, long johns perhaps, and then come out and be in place as the first units of this parade swing around. The parade is forming up here on the Hill and will in effect follow him down from Capitol Hill down Independence, Pennsylvania to the Treasury, turn north on 15th, take that little jog around the Treasury Plaza, and then west on Pennsylvania in front of the White House. So there it is, open convertibles, serenely confident in 60, 65 degree temperature. All the tops went down. And I guess the game plan says tops are down, so tops stay down even though the temperature here is about 41 or 2. This is, of course, requires months of planning. The Capitol Plaza began to be taken out of use in progressive steps beginning last September, and the basic plan for the construction of the inaugural stands begins in September. Big planks are laid down and everything has to be elevated a foot or so off the blacktop because of the TV cables that must go underneath. And all those wooden benches cannot be nailed just to the blacktop. They have to have a structure. Each senator and each congressman is allocated a certain number of seats. I think a senator gets about 145 tickets, a congressman about 50. That's obvious. The reason for that is obvious because of the number. And those stands are allocated by a lot of Republicans go to Democrats and say, look, you know, you don't, probably not much interested in this inauguration since it's a Republican. How about turning over some of your tickets? And that's the way a lot of Republicans get extra tickets, is from Democratic friends.
Roger, was there anybody on the grounds at all, any spectator who was there just as part of the public without a ticket? Even to stand, you had to have something to...
No, you couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. It's public ceremony, but you still needed a ticket. The nearest thing there was to open admission was called general standing. But to get in there, you had to have a ticket. A senator got, I think, probably 100 tickets for the general standing area. But that required, security and the whole business. So it's really not any longer a public ceremony.
Not what it was in Jackson's time.
No.
It was all the ordinary people who followed them down the avenue and busted up the White House. He had to go out through a window or something. Sleep in a hotel, didn't he?
When
Andrew Jackson?
Oh, yeah, when they brought the Citizens Army into Washington.
Now the general run of citizens doesn't get very close to anything, but that's security, that's the way it's inevitable.
So within, I suppose it'll be another week or two, all this lumber and all these structures come down, and slowly the grouchy employees of Capitol Hill who've been denied their parking places since September will get them back, and we'll be ready to see the president in a moment or two. He is determined, obviously, to keep on schedule, and it looks like if we can get in a little closer with the camera. No, thought it was he. Determined to keep on schedule, and they've ticked right along. I think they were perhaps 60 seconds late on being sworn in at the stroke of noon.
4 years ago, we went 15 minutes without a president, didn't we? He wasn't sworn in until 12:15. The term expired at 12.
Right. Now this year, as Barry Serafin pointed out, there's no interview down there. 4 years ago, Mike Wallace was at that position, and as the president came in,
I knew something was missing this year. It's Mike Wallace.
Mike Wallace. Mike got him and got a quick little interview with him as he went in. But this year, and there's the Agnew. That's Randy Agnew, and that's his fiancée, Connie Angelos. Those are the Agnew daughters, Susan and Kimberly. Kimberly was a senior at Cathedral School this year. There is, don't recognize her, but she's got a military escort. Kimberly is a senior at Cathedral School for Girls. It was in '69 that she wanted to wear an armband during a moratorium, and her father announced publicly that she wasn't going to wear anything of the sort, and then banners cropped up all over the country from the underground, "Free Kim Agnew," if you remember. Now, these are the ministers who participated in the inaugural ceremonies, and they were at the luncheon with their wives. So what's going on inside, where we're not permitted, is suiting up and putting on top coats and shaking hands, and senators scrambling for position to be seen. There's Senator Scott and Mrs. Scott. Jerry Ford, the minority leader of the House, followed by the Chief Justice of the United States, and Mrs. Berger, followed by Senator Dole of Kansas, followed by Bill Timmons of the White House congressional staff, followed by Jim Eastland, the Senate pro tem, followed by Leslie Aarons, who is now ranking Republican in the House, senior Republican, followed by a Secret Service agent, who is saying any minute now, followed by another agent. Everybody has...
How is it you can always tell those agents?
Well, you just look at their lapels, and they always have a little button in their lapels.
Something about their whole physiognomy, their clothes, their bearing, that you can always tell them. And they're supposed to be invisible men.
No, I think they really have blown their cover, so to speak, that they've ceased to try, really, to...
Yeah, well, they're kind of cut from the same mold, most of them.
Okay. Waiting here for this arrival, you'd think that we'd never seen the president. There's such a suspense, but this is his day, and you do want to track his movements as he finishes his lunch with the joint leadership. Now, I think Walter Cronkite has maneuvered. We'll hold. That's Marlowe and Nancy Cook, Senator and Mrs. Cook from Kentucky. Walter has maneuvered the. I think it's about 13 blocks, 10 miles, 8 miles, something like that, down to our office from the Capitol. He's in place.
Roger.
And I want you to establish your presence, Walter.
Roger, it's 13 miles today. It's a long way. It's a long way here to our anchor position for the parade, which is at our CBS News headquarters, where I sit now with Dan Rather. I want to tell you I had a tour of the city of Washington in getting here, and I can I'll turn advantage to defeat, or defeat to advantage, one or the other, and say that it was rather interesting, because I did tour a couple of the areas where the demonstrators are gathered, and there is quite a large crowd at the Lincoln Memorial. They haven't moved out yet in that principal demonstration, their march against death, but it looked to me like several thousand persons there, nothing like perhaps the 20,000 the police said, and the demonstrators said there'd be 50,000, nothing like that. But quite a large crowd of demonstrators are there. And, of course, the streets of Washington are filled and traffic is a mess. But along the parade route, the tens of thousands wait as Vice President Agnew and Mrs. Agnew now leave the Capitol and prepare to get into their car for the procession down Pennsylvania Avenue, the street and avenue of presidents. Along that parade route, the stands are pretty well filled. We had a last report, Dan, that I think there were 100 or so demonstrators at 14th and Pennsylvania.
Walter?
And security's keeping a close eye on them, yes.
You're in place and electronically hooked up, so we're going to give you a goodbye from here then if you've got control. Is that all right?
That's fine,
okay.
Roger. As a matter of fact, I thought you had. I kind of grabbed the ball and ran with it there. I didn't mean to.
No, that's
if
all
you
right.
have more to say, I'd be glad to have you say it.
No. Okay, we'll see you later.
Thank you, Roger, and thanks, Eric Severide.
Walter, one of the things that occurs to me about the demonstrators, and I agree, in looking around town, it does not appear that there's anywhere near 50,000 anti-inaugural people out and about, and I just wonder how much the weather may have had to do with that. It is cold out. We've said that many times during this day, but it is so cold out that you're left with the impression one really has to want to demonstrate. He has to really feel strongly about it, to sit out there in the cold for 4 or 5 or 6 hours, as some of these people have done.
As everybody says also, it's a little hard to feel that strongly now with peace virtually around the corner, too. As you remarked, or somebody remarked earlier today, the stop the bombing signs seem to be a little after the fact now. The protesters themselves have said, however, that they wish to protest still America's involvement in the Vietnam War and the attitudes that put us there and so forth, so they're continuing with their demonstrations nonetheless. And, of course, the Students for Democratic Society and the Yippies, the more militant wings, as identified by the police, who were demonstrating at the Union Station, and we've heard virtually nothing about them. There are 1,000 or so are there, I gather. They're demonstrating against war and racism, so they've got their point to be made in that regard as well. The advance units, I think we saw a moment ago, were beginning to move out down toward the start of Pennsylvania Avenue, where Constitution and Pennsylvania come together there, and the parade will be underway very shortly. If this day continues to go as it has so far, Dan, a new record is going to be set in President Nixon's second inaugural of an on-time inauguration day.
Well, the parade is always the acid test, as you know. If they can keep the parade on time, when they're notoriously late, then they deserve the title that they've worked to get, particularly on this day. What they're trying to create with this day is what they think is a true image of this administration. That is efficient, high managerial quality to it, able to keep things running right and running on time. As I say, the parade will be the acid test.
Here comes the Eisenhower, Mrs. Eisenhower and Julie Nixon Eisenhower, we saw there.
Mrs. Eisenhower, Mamie, did not spend last night in the White House, as many thought she might. She came to the White House early this morning to ride down to the Capitol with the First Family and, of course, take part in the luncheon and ride back.
She looks very fit and
at 76, doesn't she?
I was thinking this morning when we saw a close-up of her that she really looks marvelously fit for a woman of 76, going on 77, I think it is.
Remarkably gracious lady. And there's Tricia Nixon Cox and her husband.
Tricia's had the flu. We're told that she's feeling a whole lot better, but again, I noticed during the speech, during the president's address, there was a tight shot of Tricia, and she looked a little peaked, as we say in Texas, a little off. But the important thing was the rest of the family had tried to keep themselves fit for the week, and apparently the flu bug that Tricia had didn't get to any other members of the family.
We don't know, though. They put Tricia in the same kind of isolation they put the astronauts, try to keep them from spreading disease around before going on a trip. But she didn't make any of the pre-inaugural events, as she saved up for the big occasion today, rested up for it. We expect the president out that door that you see inserted behind Dan Rather and me very shortly here for the procession down Pennsylvania Avenue and the walloping parade to follow. 11,800 marching souls there in some 143 units. 55 marching bands and another 12 bands along Pennsylvania Avenue to play when there is no band immediately in hearing distance.
There's the there we are. President's military aide, Major Brennan, and Robert Taylor, head of the Secret Service detail. Anytime they walk out a door, the president cannot be far behind.
Barry Seraphin's right there at that law library entrance, which we're looking at. And Barry, come in. You can describe the scene there better than we from looking at it from here.
Well, Walter, a couple of hundred people have been waiting here for some time for the president to come out. Some spectators who apparently decided they were so cold they couldn't get any colder, and they're waiting to see the president up close and wave to him. This military honor guard has been here throughout this ceremony today, and many of them are visibly shivering. The president and Mrs. Nixon have now come out to get in their car to leave the Capitol. If Tricia Nixon Cox has been suffering from the flu, it may be worse than that by the time she gets to the White House, because she's one of those riding in an open car. The president's saying a few words, waving to those who have waited out here to see him.
Barry Seraphin.
Yes.
That's Dan. Is the top pushed back on the president's vehicle as it appears to be?
Yes, it looks like it from here, Dan. We're still in that pen they have for reporters, and it's hard to see, but yes, I believe it is open.
Our viewers can see it from that high shot. So it's going to be very chilly in that presidential limousine as it drives along, although obviously it has a super heating system as befits an automobile that cost $500,000. But I am a little surprised that the president's doctors allow him to do that, although as presidents are wont to do, perhaps they advise him against it, and he decided to leave the top up anyway. Walter, the president has been smiling more broadly today than at any time I've seen him in the last 6 or 7 months. He, this morning, seemed to genuinely get into the spirit of things. When he left the White House, he had that very broad, ear-to-ear smile that you so seldom see in any president.
Julia Nixon Eisenhower said a night or so ago when one of the reporters talked to her at one of the pre-inaugural functions that he was a very happy man, that he felt that he had a record of achievement behind him, and the electoral victory now standing on his own here, and was very happy as he went into this inaugural. I suppose that must be the case. He's able to put aside, presumably for most of this day, the heavy burdens of responsibility that rest on his shoulder, particularly the Vietnam War situation, which he hasn't been able to yet announce has finally come to an end. He did talk to Henry Kissinger on the telephone this morning, I gather. Dan, maybe you reported that earlier, but he did confer again this morning.
Excuse me, Walter, one of the points the White House keeps trying to make when the president telephones Henry Kissinger that way. Keep in mind that Henry Kissinger frequently is the president is up through the top of his limousine. Apparently that's going to be the routine, that he'll pop up for a few seconds and then back down to keep himself out of the chill and cold. I'm saying if the White House has been stung by reports, some of them are reports, that a possible ill feelings between Dr. Kissinger and President Nixon. Some of those reports stemming from the fact that the president has more and more lately, it seems, rather than seeing Dr. Kissinger personally, will telephone him, even when Dr. Kissinger is as close as 50 or 75 yards away. But the White House says that all of those reports are simply untrue, that the president and Dr. Kissinger get along as well now as they ever have.
It's got that fife and drum corps from Fort Myer here that was organized several years ago and that the president is particularly fond of. He has a little small concert unit from the fife and drum corps at many of his dinner parties at the White House. It's called the Old Guard Fife and Drum Corps, the 1st Battalion Reinforced 3rd Infantry. If you'd like to know the full title.
Walter, historically, I never hear that fife and drum corps, and that's one of the reasons I think the president likes it, that it gives you a line of historical sense of community, the past. When you think that President Washington coming back, being sworn in for his 2nd term, had a little fife and drum, not much, but a little, and guards on white stallions with lances for his security, mostly keep the crowds back. Today, a motor carriage, hundreds of Secret Service men about, the same kind of music.
This is a very authentic outfit, Dan. It's an authentic replica of the fife and drum corps of the Revolutionary era. The uniforms, those black tricorn hats, white wigs, black leather neck stocks, shirts, waistcoats, breeches, stockings, buckled shoes, red greatcoats when they wear them, because they're not wearing today. Incidentally, the military was told today to leave off their overcoats if they thought it was going to be warmer than it is. They play wooden 6-hole fifes and handmade rope tension drums. And the music comes directly from George Washington's Revolutionary Army era. Drum Major Staff Sergeant Thomas R. Everhardy of Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
This is a beautiful shot, always is, from one of the knolls that form part of Pennsylvania Avenue. This shot is looking down from the Capitol as the president's motorcade moves back toward the White House. Now, this shot, obviously, from front again, as you can see, President Nixon standing up in his limousine, waving mostly to the right. Mrs. Nixon has remained seated inside the automobile. We mentioned earlier that the Secret Service has now a new presidential limousine, which we'll be seeing some of in succeeding months, if not weeks. But this is the same one used by President Johnson and President Nixon through all of his first term.
There is a crowd of rather raucous demonstrators awaiting the president down 14th Street. He's now, I'm making a quick guess. It looks to me like he can't be much beyond 3rd or something like that, so he's got a way to go before 14th. But there is a crowd of demonstrators there. They burned a flag there a little earlier today. There was there were no arrests made at that point. But the Secret Service, the police are keeping a very close eye on that group. The much larger group of demonstrators, and they're now estimated as many as 25,000 perhaps, have assembled at Lincoln Memorial, and they've just begun their march, March Against Death, they call it, up toward the Washington Monument, where they will hold a rally. Behind the president's car there, and you don't get a chance to see much of them because, of course, all eyes are on the president, as are the television cameras, too. And that car immediately following his daughter, Mrs. Julie Eisenhower, with Mrs. Mamie Eisenhower, and then the vice president's car, Vice President Agnew and his wife. The next car is the family of the vice president. His 4 children, and then come a series of cars with the congressional leadership before you get to the first marching units. congressional leadership and the cabinet and the chiefs of staff. They all come in various automobiles there.
Here's a rare thing, Walter, all too rare, I suppose I should say, seeing President Nixon in public, obviously relaxed and having a great time. One would expect the president on his inauguration day, even a second inauguration day, to be feeling pretty good about himself. But, here's some of the demonstrators that place themselves beside the president's car. This is by no means unusual. This is done time and again, and is not, could not be described as anything approaching an unusual precaution around the president.
Right in that procession, Dan, is Charles Kuralt. He's in a station wagon somewhere in that procession. Let's see if we can bring him in. Charles? Charles Kuralt?
Sounds like Charlie may have gone for a cup of coffee.
Well, as you know, with those mobile walkie-talkie arrangements, sometimes they get behind a building and you can't pick them up. We'll keep on trying to get Charlie, and the technicians are listening to me. Anytime they can bring him in and interrupt us. We'd like to hear from the procession.
There's a great deal of
there he is.
Security everywhere you look around here.
Well, more audio troubles.
Great deal of security wherever you look around here. It seems to be the full text of the report from Charles Kuralt up to this time. You see on the president's car the inaugural license plate number 1. These inaugural plates are kind of interesting. They get agreement from many of the states. A couple of states say no. Massachusetts may be one, considering its electoral history this year. I'm not sure of that. But most states agree that the inaugural plates sold here are good in the various states for the first month of the year, throughout the month of January. You don't save any money by buying an inaugural plate, but you're going to escape a month of normal auto taxes, because the plates themselves cost what a year's tax would cost elsewhere. Charles Kuralt, can we get you in now?
Walter, the president has seen very little so far of anything that could be called dissent from his inauguration. One great big sign said, if he's sick, let's help him, but first let's get him off the throne. We're riding along in the procession, policemen in front of him. There are Secret Service men all around. The coldest people along the route are the military men, standing stiffly at attention, and they must stand that way for another couple of hours yet. We were told that the government buildings along the route would be sealed off to all except Secret Service men, and I've seen a few people in those windows, including some pretty girls who don't look like Secret Service men to me, but for the most part the windows are blank, as even the government workers who work in those buildings have been asked, told in fact, not to come in today to get a warm vantage point.
Charles, don't be so...
11,000 odd paraders will be coming along right behind the president, and so all these people will be standing out here presumably to watch them. The cars of Julie Eisenhower and Mrs. Mamie Eisenhower, and the other cars with Patricia and the color team, and the Vice President Agnew and the Chief Justice and the leaders of Congress and Cabinet and so on, are open for the most part, all these people getting a dose of the chilly Washington weather. We're just turning into Pennsylvania Avenue now, and the president begins that long trip up toward the White House.
Charles, I wouldn't be so sure that those pretty girls in windows aren't Secret Service men.
Well, we can be sure they're not Secret Service men. They probably
you can't be sure of that at all, old boy.
No, the Secret Service wouldn't go that route. They do have some women security agents, and so perhaps we should describe them as Secret Service persons. I'm not sure the Secret Service would approve of that, but I think for our own safety in terms of telephone calls, maybe that's the way we better describe them and assume that they are women.
One chap who was in a position to know told me, Dan, that there were 1,900 agents of one kind or another in the crowd at the Capitol alone this morning, and in many various garbs. Now, I'm not saying whether they were as pretty girls or not, but some little hippie looking and so forth, some looking like businessmen. And,
it's true that what many people don't understand is the Secret Service has bureaus, offices all over the country, and they have responsibilities other than protection of the president. For example, they are, as you know, responsible for tracking down counterfeiters, that they're an agency under the Treasury Department. But for something such as this, they bring agents in from all around the country. There aren't 1,900 Secret Service agents in the Washington area. They bring agents in from all over the country for this kind of thing.
And some of those could be police agents and so forth, too.
Exactly.
I'm not suggesting CID from the Army and so forth. I don't know, did you get a chance to see, did Roger get a chance to show you while I was en route down here that opening behind the top of the stand where
yes.
They got to see that, did you? Good. Well, we'll be back in just a moment. CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment. Well, it's turned out to be a rather cold, blustery day here in Washington. The weatherman's predictions that we'd have spring-like temperatures in the mid-50s apparently are not going to be realized. At 1 o'clock, just about an hour ago, the official temperature was 43 degrees, up just 1 degree in the last hour, and that's right at midday, of course. The wind is at 17 miles an hour steadily and gusting up almost to 30. The wind chill factor is pretty low, coming in from the north as that wind is, north and northwest.
When you think about that, the president does not have a coat on. He has on a suit, a winter suit. Now, what he has on underneath that, who knows? You remember once President Kennedy wore thermal underwear when someone advised him he was going below ground, it'd be very cold. He got down and the temperature was in the 90s, and he came up and said he almost fainted from the heat rather than the cold. But I will say this, that President Nixon, in my own memory, is seen without a coat in cold weather more often than anyone I can recall. He does seem to have the ability to withstand more cold weather than most of us.
He's broken with tradition today. He's not carried a hat at all. Apparently there's none involved in this ceremony. There's none in the car, we understand. You didn't see him with his Homburg at all?
Definitely not. I wondered about that this morning, and I wonder what the incoming Secretary of Labor, Mr. Brennan, may have to say about that. The garment workers and the hat manufacturers always complain when the president is seen without a hat, and particularly on Inauguration Day, I'd think they'd be complaining about it.
Well, the President Nixon has a little more fortitude in this matter of dictating his own fashion than even President Kennedy had. President Kennedy went back to the top hat after Eisenhower had gone to the Homburg and made all the hat manufacturers mad. And then with Johnson's inaugural, they went right back to the Homburg again. And now President Nixon has given up hats altogether.
For one thing, Walter, there's a V for victory signed by the president. He alternates that with thumbs up, those two, and also the A-OK sign. They seem to be his favorite gestures. For one thing, President Nixon was overheard by friends to say before he came to the presidency that he simply didn't believe he looked good in a hat. A lot of people, men in recent years, have taken that view. And I don't ever recall seeing President Nixon since he has been president with even so much as a hat in his hand. The presidential motorcade is on Pennsylvania Avenue now, and I would say, Walter, probably nearing the 14th Street intersection. Fife and Drum Corps from Fort Myer there. You never see one of these motorcades move up or down Pennsylvania Avenue without thinking how many parades have accorded heroes in times of triumph and been seen by the nation in times of grief, for that matter, on Pennsylvania Avenue. Charles Lindbergh down the avenue in 1927 after his solo flight across the Atlantic. John Glenn, you recall, Walter, in 1962 after he became the first American to orbit the Earth. The longest parade, and some think the greatest, was along this Pennsylvania Avenue, was when Union troops marched for several days, beginning May 23rd, 1865, to celebrate the Union victory, marching to the strains of the Battle Hymn of the Republic.
I was thinking, Dan, of our talking about the president's hat wearing or non-hat wearing, his costume. Presidential fashion really becomes an item only every 4 years, it seems, as do so many other things as we describe these quadrennial events. I don't know which of our founding fathers first had the idea of making the presidency a 4-year term, but there aren't many things in our Constitution that have had a greater influence, I guess, on the course of this nation's history. We all have our own little ways of measuring the years of our lives, I guess. We date them even by the number of years before or after a marriage or a graduation or a war or a death in the family. But politically, our clocks wound to this every 4 years, and everything's dated in reference to one administration or another. I know some veteran Washington political reporters around here to remember how old their children are that way. You know, let's see, you ask him how old Eddie is. He said, well, let's see, Eddie, he was born in the second year of the Eisenhower administration. He must be, he's 19, as the case may be now. Or he can add it up, I don't know. But it works that way. You add them up by the fours. That's a hard one to do. If you can divide fours, you're really pretty well off.
Walter, I'm one of those, I'm afraid, who falls into that pattern. It's a 4-year cycle town. This is a one-industry town. The federal government is the industry. Watching President Nixon ride down Pennsylvania Avenue here and point out people in the crowd he knows, give the V for victory signal, clasp his hands together in the championship form, wave, look one side and the other, at least for this day and this hour, it puts the lie to those who say this is a plastic man, a cardboard cutout of a person. Yes, he may appear to be that way sometimes because he believes in running a comparatively remote presidency, that is, removing himself for long periods of time to think and to do. But on this kind of occasion, big political rally, parade, meeting with thousands of people, Richard Nixon, as with any politician at or near the top, can mix with the best of them, as I think we're seeing here today. I mean, you couldn't ask for a more animated president in his inaugural parade than we're seeing here today, and on a raw, gray day.
Dan, let's try to bring in Charles Kuralt again and try to get the president exactly located there. I think he's getting pretty close to 14th Street. Charles Kuralt, can you hear us?
Yes, Walter. Actually, the president's car is just past 10th. It's still 5 minutes or so away from the demonstrators we have heard are waiting for him up there at 14th Street. So far, about all he's seen are friendly faces. People who, for the most part, have paid $5 to sit on these wooden benches and stand as he goes by and wave with smiles on their faces. You're talking about hats, the hatless president. I want to tell you there are some hatless servicemen out here. That means they're out of uniform, but the wind is so brisk that we've passed several spots along Pennsylvania Avenue where the pavement is just littered with the hats of sailors and Marines.
Charles Kuralt.
Yes, Dan.
From our distance, just looking at the pictures, it looks like the parade crowd might be a little thinner than we had anticipated, but it's hard for us to tell at this distance. How deep are they? This should be about as deep as anywhere along the parade route.
Well, actually, the crowds are about as deep as they can get, Dan. The stands right along here, the depth of the crowd is limited by the depth to which they built the stands, and I would say it's virtually a capacity crowd. Very few people who didn't pay are able to see right along here because the stands flank the street on both sides where the president is.
These seats went for from $5 to $50, I gather, Charles. Matter of fact, there's been quite an escalation in the cost, a little bit beyond the Cost of Living Council's guidelines, I think. One Jim Mulligan noted that just a few years ago, or 4 years ago to be precise, he had a couple of nice seats just a block from the White House for $5. Those same seats this year are $25. He said that's a 400% increase, and he doesn't like it. But after he noted that, said he wasn't going this year, he also noted he's a Democrat, and as a matter of fact works for one of the Democratic congressmen up on the Hill, so you can take that one for what it's worth.
The president's car is just now approaching the old post office, getting ready to pass the post office and Department of Labor building, so that means they're still a couple of blocks away from the corner of 14th Street. Still no sign where we are of any unfriendly demonstrations.
This is one of the nation's great parades, of course. The inaugural parade has been for the last several last several decades. It wasn't always so, as we pointed out earlier. It does seem to me that though in parades in general, military parades around the country, maybe it's I don't know what it is, the parades seem to have more people marching in them than watching from the sidelines a lot of time, at least those in New York. Maybe that city's a little jaundiced, or maybe it's a sign of the times. I can't read that sign without my glasses, however, so can't tell you precisely what it means.
You know, one of the things about these inaugural parades, Walter, they're like so many other parades, that it's a rare child who doesn't really like a parade. And in any parade crowd, and I noticed today coming over this one as well, a very high percentage of children in the crowd. And one of the reasons that you're able to get so many adults to come out, I'm convinced, to a parade, even an inaugural parade, is, as they will tell you, well, the kids wanted to see it, and it's a piece of history, and I wanted them to see it, so I shelled out the money to come down.
Didn't you feel that way when you were a kid, Dan?
You bet. I
wanted to see every parade.
I remember very well my father holding me on his shoulders to watch a parade with
always turned out that there was some taller father holding a taller boy on the shoulders right in front of you, too.
Well, that was the case, but I did get a glimpse of President Roosevelt, and I remembered he was the only president I ever saw in the flesh until I was well into my 20s.
You're speaking of Franklin Roosevelt, of course. Some of us go back a little further than that day. Not quite to Teddy. You know, I've been wanting to inquire and wondering if Theodore Roosevelt's daughter, Mrs. Nicholas Longworth, Alice Nicholas Longworth, she's 89 years old, remarkably spry, well, there's Mrs. Nixon standing up in the car now, too. She was supposed to have been in the inaugural stand today, sitting next to Mrs. Eisenhower. I didn't see her up there. I hope she's well and simply decided not to come out in the cold today for this inauguration. She said of the last inaugural that she thought it was a splendid inaugural, and she's sure that her father would have said to it, bully. She's a wonderful lady.
President Nixon advised his speechwriters to read the inaugural address of Theodore Roosevelt and helping him pull together material for his address today. President Nixon has said on several occasions that among the presidents he admires most, Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and Dwight Eisenhower.
Dan, the president is right about 14th Street now. Let's pick up Charles Kuralt if we can. Charles, are you there?
There may be unfriendly demonstrators somewhere around here. We are perhaps a block and a half behind the president. I have not yet reached 14th Street. But from the people along here and the people we see on our television monitor, if there are demonstrators, they are outnumbered by
I think
friendly waving crowds.
I think, Charles, if I'm not mistaken, that's the old district building behind him. I'm not absolutely positive of that, but if it is, he's just past 14th, and we haven't seen any evidence of those demonstrators.
That's right. That's right. He's now just a block away from making that turn up 15th Street and then over to the White House. So perhaps that report was the police out here are so nervous, and there are so many of them, you know, that reports like that can arise very quickly. But I don't see any. We're coming up on 14th Street ourselves now, and you know, you do see occasionally an unfriendly sign, but it's being held very peaceably.
It was right about this spot last inaugural 4 years ago when some rocks and beer cans were thrown at the presidential car, as you remember.
Yes.
Some 6,000 demonstrators gathered on that occasion, and as I remember, about 80 arrests. The president looks to me as if he's just about to turn that 15th Street corner by the Treasury building. Yes, this is looking back along Pennsylvania and then along E Street.
What are we talking about? Security, protection of the president, how nervous the police are. Naturally, they would be in any such situation such as this. But keep in mind that I think we have to remind ourselves that the ultimate protection of a president, no amount of Secret Service, no amount of police can give him ultimate protection. The protection of a president depends on the goodwill of those he represents. And overwhelmingly, it's obvious in this crowd, Democrats and Republicans alike, if it needs to be said here today, are here to wish the president in his second term well. And I think that's his basic security in this crowd, even around a place such as 14th Street, where the demonstrators hope to make some kind of show, that the overwhelming goodwill of the rest of the crowd is as much as anything a deterrent to their causing any real difficulty.
So far, there have only been a couple of arrests reported today as in regard to crowd control. One of them up on the Capitol just before the president came out of the Capitol, and the police said the only problem there was a man refused to move when asked to move. No suspicion of any deep plots or attempt to harm the president.
Mrs. Nixon has been up beside the president. Was that something?
Yeah, well, yes, the Secret Service just dropped back and looked like they caught something there.
That's part of the small group of demonstrators.
Yeah.
Being handled as best I could see there, Walter, primarily by the District of Columbia Police. Secret Service did drop back.
You see the Secret Service over there on the right. They're forming quite a cordon along the side, as well as the men right around the car itself.
Now, for those who know Washington, where this is happening is beside the Treasury Building, where Pennsylvania Avenue makes an S-turn, coming away from the Capitol beside the Treasury Building, and the next turn would be a left going on Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the Treasury Building and in front of the White House. Mrs. Nixon has been standing beside her husband now for the last, 4 or 5 or 6 minutes in that cold for most of the way up Pennsylvania Avenue.
If that was a little flurry of excitement there, and I'm not so sure it was, it's interesting it would happen right by the Treasury Building, which has had charge of the Secret Service for all of these years. And so that's their headquarters, has been. Excuse me. Bruce Morton is in Lafayette Park, just across from the presidential reviewing stand at the White House. Perhaps Bruce can tell us what the scene is up there.
Well, Walter, the stands have filled up here, and the first part of this mini parade, which precedes the real parade, is just arriving. That's the flying wedge of D.C. police motorcycles. They've just gone by the main reviewing stand here, and the first car, a police car, was just come around the corner after them, past the Treasury Building there. The VIP section of the stand so far is probably the emptiest, but a number of people have arrived. Former Treasury Secretary John Connally and his wife Nellie. He, of course, the leader, I suppose, of the Democrats for Nixon during the election campaign. John Ehrlichman, the White House aide who's in charge of domestic policy. Number of cabinet officers, past and present. Outgoing Housing Secretary George Romney and his wife. Former Interior Secretary Walter Hickel. And Ed Nixon, one of the president's two brothers. Both of them expected to be here. We haven't seen Don Nixon come in yet. And you can hear behind me the inaugural PA system, which is cranked up now. And just coming into my view here, the first of the official cars, that's the car with Mr. and Mrs. J. Willard Marriott. He, of course, is the chairman of this inaugural weekend, as he was 4 years ago. And behind them, I think you can get a look now, the first of the military units. It's the commanding officer of the 3rd Infantry, the ceremonial unit based out at Fort Myer, and his staff. And behind them, heard and seen the U.S. Army Band, the premier band of the Army, which the research people say has performed at every inauguration since Calvin Coolidge's. Goes back quite a ways. The stands are not absolutely packed, but given the fact that it's a cold day and a lot of people may have decided that color television in a warm room is a pretty good substitute, they are respectably full. These seats nearest the presidential reviewing stand, of course, are the $50 seats. These are presumably mostly friends and people in the White House, contributors to the party, and so on. And here comes the Army Band.
Charles Carroll has reported to us that some tomatoes and bottles were thrown at the car at 14th Street. That's when we saw the Secret Service drop back there catching something. He reports no damage whatsoever, and as we could see on the television screen, it seemed that the President and Mrs. Nixon were totally oblivious to anything going on around them. They paid no attention to it at all.
This is frequently the case, Walter, when things are thrown. Not always, but frequently the case. Any number of times in the past, when something would be thrown and even hit the automobile, the president would say afterward, was something thrown? He wasn't aware of it. He's engaged in whatever it is he's doing. In this particular case, waving to well-wishers. The motorcade has arrived now in front of the White House and has passed the reviewing stand. It now will pull into the White House grounds, and President Nixon and Mrs. Nixon, once the automobile pulls onto the White House grounds, will have a chance to go inside, freshen themselves up, and then come out to the reviewing stand. This, for those who were lucky enough to get the tickets, special invited guests, is obviously the best place in town from which to watch the parade, just right in front of the White House. $50 worth. Someone said that you could put out, if you were a mind to, for this inauguration, you could spend $1,500 in tickets alone. And I don't doubt it for a moment. It is the most expensive inaugural on record.
To report to you what we are going to see, we're giving you a vantage seat, of course, not only right across from the reviewing stand where you can peek by the electronic miracle of television right into that stand where President Nixon will be, but also be able to watch the full parade from right there, and we intend to stick pretty closely to that camera so you can get a really participant's eye view of it. As the president comes by, his car swings in, as you say, Dan, and then these escort cars come by, most of them, and during that time, the president gets into the box so that when the first major marching units come, really the start of the parade, he's ready to watch it.
Yes, we had a shot for just a few moments a second ago at the end of the motorcade. Keep in mind, for those of you viewing, sometimes it's confusing even for those of us who watch the parade. This is the motorcade bringing the president back to the Capitol. We have yet to see the actual start of the parade itself. It'll be starting in a few moments. So what we have here is the motorcade, in which you saw what seemed to be the end of something a moment ago was in fact the end of this motorcade, which numbers, looks to me, maybe 15 or 20 automobiles and a couple of these marching units, including the pipe and drum group from Fort Myer. That's the reviewing stand that was just in and out of your viewpoint there. The scene is the front of the White House on this gray, cold day. President Nixon has now been sworn in for his second term for, well, coming up 3 hours now. And to all appearances, feeling very good about it.
He's got a coat on now, hasn't he? Looks like he's... Or is that still his suit coat, his morning coat? I guess it is. It's a little hard to tell. The driver of that vehicle has got a push button that closes that sunroof arrangement.
We mentioned
I understand that if it starts to rain, he presses that button and the rain stops.
I'll have to take your word on that one. Walter, I know over the years you're such a good reporter, I know better than to go against the grain with you. But I'm
Don't
not
believe
sure
everything you hear on television. That's what the vice president keeps telling you, Dan.
That automobile is not easy to handle. It's a difficult car to drive, as heavy as it is, and with armor plate and bulletproof glass and what have you. Andy Hatch, the Secret Service man, at the controls of it today, will tell you he doesn't talk, but if he did talk, he could tell you that, for example, it's a difficult automobile to turn. It has all special power steering, but nonetheless, it's a hard car to handle. Runs on regular gas, though. Good shot of the stand from which the president will be reviewing the parade. This is looking up Pennsylvania Avenue just in front of the White House. There again, the reviewing stand with the great seal of the presidency of the United States above it. Vice President Agnew looks as though he may have dropped a pound or two in recent months, Walter. He looks a little thinner today than he has.
What you're hearing is the announcer at the stand there at the major reviewing stand to identify the units as they come by. Maybe they'll just do our work for us, Dan. We can sit back and just watch the television and listen to that announcer.
As a matter of fact, we tried that one year, but you get a lot of feedback from the public address system announcer.
Oh, killjoy.
Well, also, he's not very accurate, we found in the past. That he, as we frequently do, gets the parade units mixed up, although we hope today that that will not be the case.
Had some wonderful days watching the parade. I like a parade, and it's quite a sensation to be there in those stands, right there across from the President of the United States. I remember there's Henry Kissinger. He's already in the reviewing stand.
Dr. Kissinger looking cold through most of the day. Of course, the reviewing stand is heated, so he won't have that trouble in there. He was caught yawning during the president's speech up at the Capitol earlier in the day, and I wouldn't think he'd get a reprimand from that, for that, but when he reads about it, or if he happens to see it, I don't think he'd be very happy about it.
That stand has not always been very well heated in the past. It's better now that it's glass enclosed. That came after the Kennedy assassination, and the security tightened quite a bit. But President Truman and President Eisenhower reviewed the parade from an open stand. They had heaters down at their feet, and if you remember in President Truman's inaugural, which was the first I covered here actually, in '49, that year the hot plate that they were heating coffee on flamed up at one point. Margaret called their father's attention to it, and the president himself turned from the parade and poured his coffee on the fire. Put it up.
Some of the early arrivals in the reviewing stand, we saw astronaut Borman there, I think. The president's automobile is now on 17th Street, having turned off of Pennsylvania Avenue on 17th Street, and making a turn, making a loop, going around to the back of the White House to go in the southwest gate. This is the, excuse me, Walter.
Go ahead.
This is the south portico of the White House, the south lawn with the fountains, the Truman balcony there. One of the things that I had to keep reminding myself of today, Walter, in doing homework, is that President Roosevelt was sworn in for his last term actually right there. That is, at the south portico of the White House, not at the Capitol.
Right.
For the only time in history
on a very cold, rainy day.
Were you there, Walter?
Terrible day. No, I wasn't there for that. I was overseas at the time, but my research tells me that it was a cold, rainy day. It was and I remember the pictures of it. It was quite a bad day. That's Harry Truman's back porch. Remember that's the one he had put on the White House. The scene we saw there was from the top of the Washington Monument, the ellipse. Quite a nice picture. Bruce Morton is there at at Lafayette Park. Bruce, how's it going there?
Walter, I don't know what it is about Republican timing, but the only time the sun has come out on this location all day was just as the President and Mrs. Nixon came by in the car. The President obviously was just having a whale of a time. He was gesturing to photographers he knew here in the press stand and kind of pointing at one photographer saying, "You want one more? Okay." Just really looked like a man enjoying himself. He is, as you said, is going back in now to change his clothes. This really isn't the parade yet, of course. It's still the motorcade. Cabinet officers, Joint Chiefs of Staff, that kind of people going by now. Some of the cabinet already is in that main reviewing stand across there. And this really should be just about the end of the pre-parade, so to speak. The heads of the various armed services just went by in their cars. One guest who wasn't on anybody's list was former Speaker John McCormick. Bob Pierpoint is at the White House now, and the president should be arriving. Bob?
The presidential limousine is just coming up the long curving driveway on the south side of the White House, and the president and Mrs. Nixon should be getting out at any moment. There's Mrs. Nixon now waving to us as we stand here, a small group of newsmen and newswomen waiting for them to get out after the motorcade down from Capitol Hill. Some of the White House staff people giving the president a hand. President Nixon says that he borrowed his Secret Service agent's coat. That's Bob Taylor, the chief agent here, accompanying the president and Mrs. Nixon inside the diplomatic entrance, where they will go up to their private quarters on the 3rd floor and then come back out on the north side for the parade review. Now back to you, Walter.
CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment.
CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade continues. This portion is sponsored by the many fine products of General Foods and by the Savings and Loan Foundation for your Savings and Loan Association. They want you to know how money works. Here again is Walter Cronkite.
with Dan Rather at our CBS News headquarters anchor position for this parade coverage. And Dan, if things continue to go like this, it's a very smooth inaugural indeed. There have been a few snafus and foul-ups, but nothing of any great proportions. Everything's going on time. The president seems to be happy. Only the weather hasn't cooperated. The weatherman had promised in mid-50s, and it's down in the low 40s, and with a heavy wind, it's very chilly.
Maybe a new weatherman in the second administration, Walter, if this one doesn't shape up.
We see the parade units as they approach the White House. They won't really begin to pass in review, however, before the president gets his clothes changed and out there to watch them. Nelson Benton, meanwhile, is at the Washington Monument, the major area for the anti-war demonstrators who have their counter-inaugural going today. And Nelson, can you give us a report from there?
Walter, this demonstration at the Monument Grounds, which is just a stone's throw from the White House, is sponsored by two organizations, the National Peace Action Coalition and the People's Coalition for Peace and Justice. And as you can see over the north end of the grounds from the monument, it's almost wall-to-wall people. We haven't really played the numbers games with the people here. Hal Walker, who was on the start of the march that came to these grounds, told us that there were about 20,000 people in the march. And as our camera comes around toward the White House, past the speaker's stand, the march from the Lincoln Memorial, carrying signs and with all sorts of slogans, is still continuing. And so those who oppose the tone of this inaugural are still filing into the Monument Grounds. Speaking right now is the first speaker of the program that is scheduled to run about 2 hours, Congresswoman Bella Abzug, a Democrat of New York State. She is the first of a number of speakers, which are to include Senator Philip Hart, Father Philip Berrigan, and a number of other speakers from more liberal organizations in the Republican Party. The atmosphere here so far has been quite peaceful, not too noisy, really kind of reserved, Walter, but a lot of people here.
With messages of condemnation. Australian longshoremen declared a boycott of American goods.
I gather, Nelson, that some 1,500 demonstrators in what the police have always thought of the more militant groups, that's the Students for Democratic Society and the Yippies, as well as, in some cases, the Vietnam Veterans Against the War, have joined this group now. They originally had a separate demonstration of their own. Now they've joined with this group there at the Washington Monument. So far, there has been no reported violence of any serious nature. As we reported a moment ago, some tomatoes and a couple of rocks, some eggs were thrown at 14th and Pennsylvania toward the president's car, but they missed it by a long distance, and there was no great problem there, apparently. At the White House, Robert Pierpoint is with California's Governor Ronald Reagan. Bob?
Governor and Mrs. Reagan are here with me, Walter, and they've been here for several minutes waiting in the inaugural stands and watching the motorcade as it went by. I'll start with asking Mrs. Reagan, did you see the President and Mrs. Nixon as they went by, and have you talked to them yet today?
We saw them as they went by, but we haven't talked to them yet today.
Haven't had a chance to visit with them yet.
No.
Where did you have lunch, by the way? Did they have a special luncheon here at the White House for the governors?
No, it was across the street in the Executive Office Building.
I see. Well, now, Governor Reagan, we understand that you may have some plans to come to Washington yourself in the near future. Can you tell us anything about that?
Well, the only plans I have now are have to do with the Governors' Conference next month, and then the possibility of a meeting with the President of Governors that would be coming in here to discuss some of the things that I think he referred to in his inaugural address about the decentralization of government.
How did you feel about that inaugural address?
Oh, I was delighted. I think he made it perfectly clear, if I can coin an expression, that he intends to a dramatic change in the direction of government over the last several decades, back to more responsibilities at the local and state level. And I couldn't be happier.
That's your kind of government.
Yes, I think that I think it can be a more efficient and a government with less concentration of power and size at the federal level.
Thank you very much, California Governor and Mrs. Reagan. Back to you, Walter.
CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment. As we wait now for the president to change his clothes, come out to the reviewing stand, and begin the parade past that reviewing stand in front of the White House, we have here at our CBS News inaugural headquarters Mr. Marion H. Smoke, who's the acting chief of protocol for the United States, and whose job it was today to usher through these ceremonies the distinguished guests from our from the nations that are recognized by the United States and have ambassadors, representatives here in Washington. How many foreign ambassadors were there?
Walter, we had representation from all of the 121 nations recognized by the United States. We have an unusual situation here in this country. We do not invite foreign delegations, as is done in most countries around the world, to their inaugural. Instead, the local ambassadors who are accredited here constitute that representation. So they were all present, and we had them. They were seated, as you noted, just to the rear of the president on the inaugural stand. We brought them back from there by bus to the Blair House, where they are now watching the parade from their boxes in front of Blair House. We also had the representatives from the OAS and the UN officials. Good representation from the diplomatic corps, about 330 people.
Did any stay away in protest against the Vietnam War, the president's bombing policy?
No, they did not. They're all present. We had, of course, one or two away because of illness, but they were represented by their next highest official in their embassy.
Have any untoward incidents, Mr. Smoke? Anybody displeased with the seating or anything of the sort?
Well, because any time you have to move 330 people around, and especially today, it's pretty cold out there. You know, the temperature dropped considerably, and we had to separate the wives from the husbands, and I think maybe a few of them didn't quite understand that, because, of course, the ambassadors all had an official place. They constitute one of three major official groups at this inaugural. The other two being the Congress and the governors from the various states. So they had an honored and a place to sit there on the stand. The wives, on the other hand, we put down also in a place of honor, but not up with the official group.
As a matter of fact, if the truth be known, the wives had a better view than their husbands did, because those people on the inaugural stand are back behind the president. Those who are given the honor places out in front can see him.
Yes, and of course we couldn't see the performers, the band, and so on. But we had good seats, and we were right there where the president came by and so on.
Mr. Smoke, is it a difficult thing to explain, for example, to new ambassadors, the system where you have in a president all rolled into one, so to speak, both the head of state and the head of government? My own experience with foreign journalists is that sometimes this is difficult. They read it, but they don't really understand how this can be.
I think it is a little difficult in some cases because, of course, our system does vary. Generally speaking, and around the world, the nations have a greater division of authority and power, as you know, than we do in our government, where the president is really has a tremendous burden. Sometimes I think if constitutionally we could separate some of these things, it would be a lot better. The things that a president has to do in this country it takes a pretty strong man to hold up. It really does.
Mr. Smoke, just one specific question on anti-Vietnam War protest. How were the Swedes represented today with the difficulties between our two countries since the criticism of the Premier?
Well, of course, we have a Swedish mission here. It so happens that the Swedish ambassador left on normal rotation just recently, but the Chargé d'Affaires was present to represent their country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smoke, for coming along with us to give us a little insight on how our inaugural was viewed by our foreign guests.
Thank you, Walter. It's a great pleasure to be here.
Thank you. CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment. Well, here we are, Dan Rather and I, back at our CBS News inaugural headquarters, from which we're going to be reporting the inaugural parade due to get started very shortly. The first part of that procession, which is not really the actual parade, has now made its way down Pennsylvania Avenue. The president is in the White House changing clothes, will be back out in his business suit, out of his morning coat, the cutaway that he wore for the inaugural, and along with Mrs. Nixon will be prepared to watch the parade from the bulletproof reviewing stand there on Pennsylvania Avenue in front of the Capitol. In front of the White House, rather. Robert Pierpoint is on the north lawn of the White House right now. Bob?
Walter, I have a suggestion for the president. In his first act in his second term, I think he ought to fire the weatherman. As you have all been noting, it was supposed to be a balmy day today, and it is miserably cold, especially for those of us who've been standing out in it for 2 or 3 hours. And I imagine that the president right now not only is changing his clothes inside there, but he's also warming his feet. The president was up in his limousine and out in the cold most of that time during that long drive down from Capitol Hill to the White House. And if you noted at the end of the drive, he did borrow a coat of his Secret Service agent, Bob Taylor, and put that coat on and then gave it back to Bob Taylor just as they arrived at the south entrance of the White House. You know, there's always been quite a discussion about whether the north side, is the front of the White House, or whether the diplomatic entrance side, the south side, is the so-called front door to the White House. Personally, I've always been of the belief that this is the front entrance because it's 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's the address. That should be the front door. They should be coming out there shortly, but until they do, Walter, we'll give it back to you.
Thank you, Bob. We're awaiting the president's arrival, and meanwhile, some units have begun to move down Pennsylvania Avenue. Of course, some of the distinguished guests, as you see there, are already in the inaugural the reviewing stand. Most of them there, as a matter of fact, awaiting the president. Down the left-hand corner, you see Secretary of State Rogers.
That's George Shultz, just as Secretary of State Rogers is right. It's from the viewers left to right, George Shultz, Secretary of Treasurer, and also one of the president's personal White House aides, Mrs. Shultz, and the Secretary of State, and Mrs. William Rogers, wife of the Secretary of State. Walter, a moment ago, Bob Pierpoint was interviewing Governor Reagan of California, and we saw one of our monitors, that's Casper Weinberger, the new Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare designate, and his wife just behind the Secretary of State. We heard Bob Pierpoint interviewing Governor Reagan, and we saw near the reviewing stand just a glimpse of Governor Nelson Rockefeller. You know, the conventional wisdom has been during the last year that both of these governors are no longer serious contenders for the 1976 presidential nomination, and just wonder if it isn't a little early to count them out. Reagan looked to be a very young mid-60s governor.
Here comes the vice president, of course,
with his Marine escort and I believe members of the, I was going to say the vice president's family. Obviously, Mrs. Agnew is there. Secret Service protection with him. The vice president, this is the back of the reviewing stand, I think, Walter. They're going to go into the reviewing stand now.
You know, Dan, you're talking about the possibility of Rockefeller or Reagan being considered again in '76. While both would be among the oldest first-term candidates ever if they ran in their mid-60s, both of them, at that point, it must be remembered that our longevity increases all the time, and you take a look at those two fellows, they're very hale and hearty, you can certainly say at this moment. It does bring reminders, though, of William Henry Harrison, who was the oldest man ever elected to a first term at 68, and on his inaugural day insisted on riding up Pennsylvania Avenue on horseback without a coat, hatless. He gave the longest inaugural address ever in that cold without hat or coat. Then he went to 3 balls that night, and a month later the poor old gentleman was dead of pneumonia that he caught that day. Where the parade, as you see, is moving in little fits and starts.
I think the president...
There it is. There's Hail to the Chief. They should be coming in.
Ruffles and flourishes.
Excuse me.
Could be for the vice president. It's for the Vice President, Walter, as he enters. They just played ruffles and flourishes. Vice President Agnew and his handsome family. Mrs. Agnew, Agnew children. They, as is the case with the President and everyone in this reviewing stand, seated behind bulletproof glass. This glass put on the reviewing stand for the first time for the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson in 1965. That was in the wake of the assassination of President Kennedy. So the Vice President and his family are in place on the front row of the reviewing stand. And the wait for President and Mrs. Nixon to enter the reviewing stand continues, but it looks like the parade is going to start at or about on time. You saw earlier some of the first units of the parade moving down Pennsylvania Avenue into position to begin. The idea is that the parade gets lined out and is all ready to start moving past the reviewing stand as soon as the President and his family get into the reviewing stand.
Randy Agnew has what one time might have been called a Civil War mustache, but now is the Mark Spitz model.
The family of the Vice President in the box with him, Mr. and Mrs. Bob DeHaven, that's the daughter and son-in-law of the Vice President, Mrs. Agnew. Mrs. DeHaven is 29 years old, Miss Kimberly Agnew, 16, Miss Susan Agnew, 24, and then there's J. Rand Agnew, 26, with Miss Cornelia Angelos, who is fiancée of Mr. J. Rand Agnew, or Randy Agnew, as he's called, and also the Angelos, Randy Agnew's...
Yeah. Let's go back to Bob Pierpoint, and we can see the President coming out now. Bob?
President and Mrs. Nixon and their family have just come off the north portico and are about to enter the long wooden walk that's been constructed across the lawn here to the back entrance of the inaugural stands. The President and Mrs. Nixon greeting us as they walk along. This time the President has on an overcoat. He, I guess, has decided that the weather just isn't what the weatherman had ordered. He's in a very relaxed, smiling mood. We haven't seen him quite this relaxed and happy in some time. Behind him is military aid, and then behind them on the walk, Julie Nixon Eisenhower and Mrs. Eisenhower, followed by David and... No, David is not in that group. I'm sorry, it's Ed Cox and Tricia. And then the Secret Service. Walking up to the back of the inaugural stand, and soon the President and Mrs. Nixon should be emerging on the other side. They will be spending the next couple of hours watching this parade. And now, in the stands, they have gone up through the back side and should be coming up in the front any moment. The sun has come out here, just barely peeping out from behind the clouds, but not warm enough for anyone to shed coats. There's the family, particularly led by Julie and Mrs. Eisenhower. It is windy here. Perhaps you can hear the wind across the microphone. They're now, the whole family inside, and now up in the stands, and it's back to you, Walter.
Now, when you said that you saw David Eisenhower there, I thought just for a moment, maybe, Bob, that President Nixon had done for his son-in-law what Harry Truman did for David Eisenhower's father back in 1953 when General Eisenhower was becoming the president. President Truman sent out to Korea and got Colonel John Eisenhower flown back here as a surprise for his father's inaugural. And the ruffles and flourishes for the President.
United States, the first family, and Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower.
Dan, we can't see them there right now, but very shortly we'll be able to pick up the first unit of the inaugural parade, which is a group called the Colonial Saybrook Fife and Drum Corps from Old Saybrook, Connecticut, and they do their version of the Spirit of '76, that famous painting by Willard, you know.
And what President Nixon selected as the theme for this inauguration parade.
Indeed. And I'm told that now we must take this little break, say that CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment. So the parade has just begun, past President Nixon and the inaugural stand. This the old Saybrook Fife and Drum Corps and marching unit.
President Nixon is standing now. It'd be interesting to see how long he stands, or perhaps he plans to stand for the whole 2 hours of the parade.
Right now, we're seeing past the reviewing stand after the 30 motorcyclists of Northeast Ohio's Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department passed by. We're seeing the evolution of a flag. This is a color team depicting the evolution through 7 different periods of history. Just a moment ago, you saw some of the old uniforms passing by. Began with the colonial era, the team tracing our history and flag through the War of 1812, the Mexican War, the Civil War, Indian War, Spanish-American War, ending with World War I and II, Korea. These members are from the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Infantry. That's the Army ceremonial unit right over here at Fort Myer.
Saying they're playing one of the President's favorite tunes, Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean. Frequently when some high school band would say to the President, "What would you like to hear us play?" he'll say, "Columbia." Seeing the theme float from the inaugural committee just passing in front of the President's eye. Theme being the Spirit of '76. Riding on the float and flanked by the Stars and Stripes were the Singing Angels from Cleveland, Ohio. These young people range from 6 to 18 years of age, and the chorus is directed by its founder, Bill Bohm, and is open to any child who wants to sing. I think we can hear them singing. Let's try to hear them. Well, just as we said that, the chorus passed out of range of the microphones, and we're now to see the Deputy Commander and staff.
Still from the 3rd Infantry, the old guard over there at Fort Myer. Bruce Morton? Bruce Morton, or you're right there watching this parade from right across from the presidential stand.
Walter, what I've been watching for the past minute or two here is the West Point unit. As you know, the parade is divided into sections, and while there are lots of marching bands from schools and colleges, there's also a military character to each section. This is the Armies. They're leading it off, and Army buffs can enjoy themselves. A marching unit now, the West Point band having gone past. And then coming down the street, the first of the civilian, I guess is the phrase I want, marching bands from the University of Tennessee. The Pride of the Southland is what they're called. And their tune, the first of many, is Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean.
Bruce,
President Nixon is still on his feet. He's applauding this band. He hasn't sat down yet since these units started coming by. Reviewing stand, not in that closed section where the Nixons and the Agnews are. Just about everybody else in Washington is here. Among those in the front row, Chief Justice Warren Burger and his wife, Speaker of the House Carl Albert, his, Senator and Mrs. Marlowe Cook, Senator and Mrs. Howard Cannon. They were the chairman of the Congressional Inaugural Committee. Henry Kissinger was here holding a paper cup of coffee. I don't see him at the moment. Accompanied, I think, by Nancy McGinnis, an aide to Governor Rockefeller, with whom he's been doing these inaugural festivities. This is the Virginia float now, celebrating Jamestown, as it says, birthplace of a nation. And the drum and bugle corps here, Walter and Dan, is from New Hampshire, the Royal Eagles, Plymouth, New Hampshire. The horses who are coming along just after them are kind of interesting. They're the Lipizzan or stallions, the ones who do that marvelous dressage, I think is the technical word, but dancing almost. And they're a presidential favorite. Mr. Nixon had asked for them in the last inaugural parade. 4 of them have come back for this one. And then, of course, a band from where else but Whittier, California.
Bruce, Bruce, one of those horses in the Lipizzan group is Pluto Ancona. And told he's a 17-year-old son of the stallion presented to General George Patton in gratitude for the U.S. Army's liberation of Austria in World War II. Of course, the Lipizzaners come from Vienna.
Walter, you know, the movie Patton is still the most popular movie at the White House. President Nixon continues to see that movie. It was well publicized when the movie first came out that President Nixon liked the movie Patton, but I think probably less well known that he still sees it on an average of about once every 6 or 7 weeks.
What we're seeing here now is the Cavalier Youth Band from Whittier, California, which of course is the native home of President Nixon. CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment. The Massachusetts float, the one state that did not give its electoral votes to President Nixon, just passed a moment ago. It was in the theme on this continent, a new nation, with the Mayflower shown landing Plymouth Rock.
I think that was a Mississippi float that just went out of
I was
view there.
talking about the Massachusetts one that just went by a moment ago. There was no note, apparently, on the president's part that Massachusetts any particular difference. Then the Massachusetts Concord Minutemen went by, and now the Mississippi float's going by. I assume that I think these are the Minutemen right here.
No, I believe, Walter, this is the Maryland Marching
Regiment.
Unit,
You're right.
the 1st Maryland Regiment. What happened during that commercial, we got a bit behind, and as always, we're sorry when we miss any state's particular unit. I think we did get the last part of the Concord group from Massachusetts on, and we saw briefly the Mississippi float, and now this is the Maryland Marching Unit, the 1st Maryland Regiment, the color and tradition of the spirit of 1776. Being recreated by this marching unit from Maryland.
And I remember back in 1953, Ed Murrow had to go down to his native state, North Carolina, to Gastonburg, and explain why we missed the Gastonburg marching unit. And it's an important thing because these communities frequently take up donations to send their units to the parade, and it's a matter of great local pride. And it's a shame that we have to cut away from any of them at any time. As you suggest, we don't like to do it, but there it goes.
Representing the state of Texas, the Memorial Senior High School Band and Drill Team from the Spring Branch suburb of Houston, Texas. Texas, a state that went to President Nixon, as did every other state except Massachusetts in the last election. The large state units predominate in the early stages of the inaugural parade. The Pennsylvania float will be just behind, see it there, just behind the marching band representing the state of Texas. This float is from Bucks County, the Bucks County Historical Society, and it depicts Washington crossing the Delaware. Perhaps you can see a gentleman posing as George Washington standing in front of this float from the state of Pennsylvania. scene on the float depicts Washington's crossing the Delaware on Christmas night, 1776, to surprise the Hessians at Trenton, New Jersey.
Somebody said that it wasn't any trick for Washington to throw a dollar across the Rappahannock. A dollar went a lot farther in those days.
Wait till the president's inflation fighters get a hold of you for that. President and Vice President Agnew making it a point to wave, clap hands, or make some sign of recognition for each group that passes by in front of them. The Connecticut marching unit, the governor's foot guard, now passing in review. This group from Hartford, Connecticut, claims to be the oldest organization of its kind in existence. For the past 44 years, it has been a tradition in Connecticut for the foot guard to participate in the state inaugural parade. 275 men in this Connecticut group under the command of Major Edward Streck. I hope we pronounced his name right.
These horses are fascinating. I always loved to watch horses in parade. There's always a sort of an air of unpredictability about them, it seems. I mean, you know, you never know when they're going to rear up and bolt for the barn. Huh?
From Alexandria, Virginia, 2 historic pieces of firefighting equipment for the inaugural parade. And what would a parade be without some fire engines of one description or another, followed by the Delaware Band, the Henry C. Conrad High School Band from Wilmington, Delaware.
One of our executives here at CBS, Dan, has an interest in a farm horse. The only trouble is he races him.
Born Free, the band from Delaware is playing as it goes in front of the viewing stand. Notice that this is the Wilmington Redskins marching unit. The Redskins have fallen from grace in the city of Washington lately, falling out of conversation anyway, since their loss to Miami in the Super Bowl. That band from Whittier a moment ago reminded us, Walter, that the coach of the Washington team, as I suppose anyone who watches television already knows, one-time coach at Whittier College, George Allen. Haven't seen George Allen today. I don't know whether he was invited or not, but knowing him, I would bet that he's somewhere in this crowd.
Principal owner of the Redskins, Ed Williams, said an interesting thing about that Super Bowl game. He said, it's a funny thing to me that the number 2 nation, in the number 2 football team in the nation, they treat you like you're number 23 if you lose that Super Bowl game.
It's always the way when you lose, isn't it? The Delaware float, featuring a scroll of the U.S. Constitution, passed by just a moment ago, and I think that we're now still hearing some of that music from Born Free. I see the Delaware float far off to the President's right. The President just said something to Mrs. Nixon, and you can see Edward Cox saying to his wife, Tricia Nixon Cox, why don't you be seated? This is going to be a long, interesting parade. Delaware votes yes on that float is to remind one and all that Delaware was the first state to enter the Union, the first state to say yes. And when the vote was over and the Delaware representatives, the announcement was made, Delaware votes yes, and the Union was formed. Coming up just behind this Delaware float will be the band representing the state of New York, the New York Knickerbocker Drum and Bugle Corps. It's the official musical group of the city of New York. United States Park Police force-mounted unit is in there, and the New York float, claiming New York as the first seat of government. They can make a historical case for claiming to be the first seat of government, since it was 1789 when George Washington appeared on the balcony of the Federal Hall in New York City to take the oath of office as the first president of the United States. Just behind that New York float, Walter, is the Virginia Band and Marching Unit from VPI and VMI, the Virginia Polytech and Virginia Military Institute. Military schools, of course, in Virginia. You may note that early on in the parade, quite bit of prominence is given to the states of Tennessee and Virginia, whether by design or not. It is true that the President and Vice President have been anxious to solidify what they see as the gains in recent years of the Republican Party in Tennessee and Virginia, in hopes of leading the South into becoming a solid South for the Republican.
CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade continues. This portion is sponsored by the Savings and Loan Foundation for your Savings and Loan Association. We're doing a lot for America, and we want to do more. Here again is Walter Cronkite.
The Oklahoma band has just gone by. It's from the Edison High School in Tulsa. The Golden Eagle Marching Band was recently selected to represent all Oklahoma bands at the 1973 Oklahoma All-State Games. South Carolina float you saw there just a moment ago. Those hallowed words, "I have not yet begun to fight," spoken by the great American patriot John Paul Jones. They're inscribed there on the South Carolina float.
See Nevada just behind that, too. The Elko High School Marching Band.
And then we'll see the Chicago Horsemen of the Medina Black Horse Troop from Chicago, Illinois.
Think how far these young people have come to take part in this parade. A long way from Nevada into Washington to be put up at some hotel on the outskirts and get here early this morning in the cold to march. From Chicago, Illinois, the Medina Black Horse Troop. They're the official escort for the city of Chicago. It hadn't occurred to me until you said so a moment ago, Walter, but it's true. What would a parade be without horses? One could put himself forward to the year perhaps 2073 and wonder whether there'll be an inaugural parade with horses.
I read somewhere that there are 2 million horses in the United States today, and that sounds like a lot until you figured just a few years ago it was a heck of a lot more than that. If you were to figure whether Andy Rooney's been digging up some stuff for me on that.
The Biloxi, Mississippi Band, as you can see.
25 million horses. I wanted to finish that. I had it here in a note somewhere that I'd lost.
It's going to give
2 million today, and there were 25 million in 1910.
Well, it used to be that the military used the cavalry, used horses as a way of teaching leadership. Now they do it by jumping out of airplanes. The airborne parachuting has become the new cavalry. This is the Biloxi High School Band, I believe, Walter, from Biloxi, Mississippi. Playing Hail to the Redskins, the Washington professional football team's official song.
We had shades of William Jennings Bryan's days at the turn of the century here a little earlier this afternoon. We're advised when a biplane approached the forbidden air over the parade route in the White House, towing a sign, "Legalize gold."
I saw that airplane. I don't understand that.
Well, there's a committee, the National Committee to Legalize Gold, that points out that nobody is permitted to own gold in this country, in a monetary sense.
This horse group that we're seeing now is from San Diego, California, the Con Davis Equestrian Group. That's the Biloxi High School Band playing Dixie, not the San Diego group playing it, but the music sometimes overrides the next unit. Right behind that group of horsemen and horses from San Diego is the California Band for this parade, the San Mateo High School Band, San Mateo, California, representing the President's home state. You can see a parade control man just walked by. That's one of the ways they hope to keep this parade right on schedule, and I must say, thus far, they've done an outstanding job of it. Nice picture of Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, Mamie Eisenhower, and her daughter-in-law, Mrs. David Eisenhower. The California float just behind the San Mateo High School Band, sponsored by the California Chamber of Commerce to fix the gold rush days. And perhaps you can see in the distance behind the California float the Minnesota Band, Abraham Lincoln High School from Bloomington, Minnesota. The president has not been as animated watching the parade as he was taking part in his own motorcade, but Mrs. Nixon has become the animated one here, pointing out to daughter Tricia this float and that, and this band and that.
Dan, this is the scene over at the Washington Monument. There are varying estimates of the crowd there, from 20,000 all the way up to 60,000. The park police say there's 60,000 there. And what you see burning the background are the snow fences that they had erected there for crowd control, which have been set afire, and whether it's part of the demonstration or just to keep warm isn't very clear. There have been some jostling in that crowd, and the police are alert to a possibility of problems there, but at the moment, no serious trouble.
Wonder if that fire could have been accidentally set. Is that a possibility at all?
Well, no, I don't think so, because they tore down the snow fences and piled them up.
Had piled them up, I see. This is the Wells Fargo stagecoach.
That's no stagecoach.
No, we're trying to find our place after watching the other.
That's the Abraham Lincoln band, I think. They said they're the Super, but I don't see which one that is.
Well, the problem is the music is from the Louisiana band, Thibodeau High School band, and that was the Wells Fargo stagecoach presentation that we saw just rolling by.
Good.
Now we're up to place.
All right. Thibodeau High School band.
Looked like a stagecoach to me. Thibodeau, Louisiana. They went to Vienna, Austria last year, Walter, and they're very proud of that. Raised mostly their own money to go all the way to Vienna.
CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment. The Illinois band, Paris Marching Tiger Band, 76 members on the Illinois float, the Lincoln float it's called, that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Coming up will be the Georgia band from Douglas County High School, and then the Alabama float. Across from the president's reviewing stand, Bruce Morton and Connie Chung have been watching the parade too. Come in, Bruce.
Walter, we've been watching all the bands go by, and I'm delighted that they give you a table of contents for these things. I'd never know. Connie, you've also had a chance to go around a little with some of the spectators here. Good parade, good time?
They're enjoying it. I was down at the end of the block, and those people cannot see President Nixon or Mrs. Nixon. They were leaning over as he came out, and they were trying to catch a glimpse of him or Vice President Agnew, but they just couldn't see him. They're enjoying the parade, though, and that's what matters for them right now. I was watching and talking to some of the people earlier. There are people from Florida. There are people from this area. There was one fellow who had worked for President Nixon a long time. He was eating his box lunch early this morning, and he stayed and he listened to the inaugural address, which was broadcast over a loudspeaker here. So he's been here a long time. A few of the people have been here quite a while.
Okay. This is the Georgia band going by now, Walter. Douglas County High School Tigers, they're called. And the float coming up now from Alabama. That's a little old Southern Belle float, I guess. It says Southern Spirit of 76. I think for the Republicans, the Southern Spirit of 72 was pretty good news.
Security, I noticed, is very tight around Lafayette Park. Around back, there's a long cordon of buses and about 50 motorcycle policemen who are keeping those spectators who can't get close enough to the parade away from the parade area here.
One kind of sad sight here, we might point out, Walter. I don't know whether our cameras have seen him yet. Is former Speaker of the House, John McCormick, was sitting in the main reviewing stand here, but kind of off in a corner by himself. More, I'm sure, with memories of these occasions in years past than with thoughts of the inauguration today. That's North Carolina's band from East Bladen High School, East Bladen Senior Band from Elizabethtown in North Carolina. And just behind it, the Utah float, which celebrates railroading, the Golden Spike, where the railroad going west met the railroad coming east. Connie, how long have people down where you were been here? This is a press area. Most of them came over fairly late. They obviously heard the speech somewhere.
A lot of the people that I saw did filter in very slowly. I don't know whether that was because of traffic or problems getting in since security was very tight. I did talk to one family who came fairly early. It was about midway through the president's inaugural address. And the husband, or the father as it was, had said that he had been here 4 years ago. He was sitting in the bleachers where the seats cost $25, and he said, oh, well, I remember when they used to cost $5, and now I can't even see anything. So he was a little bit distraught. But for the others, most everyone is enjoying the parade.
You know, Connie and Bruce, watching that Utah float driving to the Golden Spike, just thinking back a few years, not so many years ago when we had really, I guess, the last railroad inaugural here. And that would be in 1949 for Harry Truman, when there were 468 Pullman cars parked in the freight yards in Washington, D.C., with 9,000 of the guests at the inaugural sleeping aboard. One of the ways that we used to take care of overflow crowds in this country was with the Pullman cars. I don't think we've got that many Pullman cars anymore, and if we did have, they'd be too hot or too cold to live in.
Just wondering, Walter, whether anybody went out to Dulles Airport and counted jumbo jets this time.
What Bruce is referring to, it's a good point. Many of the people who came into the inauguration came by charter plane, company charters, and for that matter, commercial charters, brought state delegations and large groups of people into both the main Washington airports, Dulles and National, as well as the nearby Friendship Airport.
One Boeing 707 charter just to bring Nixon and Ryan family from the West Coast. CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment.
You're listening to the music of the, I think, the Alabama band, Troy State University. We had that.
I think this is
like a Michigan band.
No, they say Troy.
Troy, Alabama. That's right. There's so many units, it's very difficult to keep up and show them all. We try to show and mention each one, but I know we missed the band from Arkansas a moment ago, at least in mentioning it. But now we're pretty well caught up. It's the Alabama band.
The West Virginia band was in there somewhere. Did we see them?
We did. We saw them, but I'm not sure we mentioned them. This is the North Carolina float. Passing reviewing stand in front of the president. Just behind it, the Michigan band.
Just to give them a mention, the West Virginia band was the Wahoma High School White Falcon Band under the dual direction of Gerald Simmons and Charles Yago. Sorry that they passed along there just as we were away.
That North Carolina float depicts the flight at Kitty Hawk and the Ferris State College Marching Band from Big Rapids, Michigan.
Cold clavicle that one.
Hello, Michigan. Young lady performing as best she can.
There's the former speaker McCormick.
One of the things about Washington, it's a city of disposable units and disposable people. Here's a man who spent almost all of his adult life in the vortex of power. No longer a representative, no longer speaker, and the former Mr. Speaker is seated alone, yawning in a section of the reviewing stand.
That's an electric car you see down there as part of the Michigan units. It's a 1915 electric car. We'll be coming back to those someday, perhaps, in their fight against pollution. The Michigan float represents the history and development of America's automotive industry.
That music just behind it comes from the main band, which will be coming into this trampoline act, float, part of the
President's Council on Physical Fitness.
It's part of the main float.
I think they flipped that picture at us from some distant part of the parade. They're not supposed to be right in there, are they? According to my line of march, they're on the way down the line somewhere.
Well, the Freeport High School Falcon Marching Band is in the right place. Walter, this whole parade has gone along with marching band precision. Let's listen to a little of that music along with Treasury Secretary Schultz. Now, behind the main float, which we mentioned a moment ago, that drum roll music and just about to break into a song, is the Idaho Band from Lewiston High School in Idaho, 227 strong. Just behind this Idaho band, the Lewiston High School group, will be the Virginia Arabian Horse Association contribution. And behind that, the Alaska float. Although that's military-style marching drum music, as any band would play, in recent years there's been a downplaying of the military aspects of the inaugural parade. Back in the late 1800s, it was not uncommon to have virtually the whole parade taken up with military hardware and military units. But in recent years, particularly the 1968 inaugural parade, the word went out, we want as little military hardware and as few military units as possible in the parade.
In the Eisenhower parades, they featured atomic weapons. We had an atomic cannon. It's one of the great displays of that parade.
Walter, I was thinking a moment ago, and we switched back to the Washington Monument, where we saw that difficulty that has been caused around the monument by demonstrators. Some of them, we understand, have taken down American flags and put them back up upside down, and the burning of snow fences and all of that. If not only in this society, this is one of the few societies anywhere that allows its people to see that kind of contrast on coast-to-coast, border-to-border television.
This is the Milwaukee High School Band, but don't jump to any conclusions. Not from Wisconsin. The Milwaukee High School Band, the Mustang Marchers from Oregon. Representing the state of Oregon here.
The Oregon float, which is just coming into view now. The center of this float depicts the Columbia River, harnessed by the Bonneville Dam. Anyone who's ever seen the Bonneville Dam couldn't help but be impressed by it. Although there's some controversy in Oregon now about how many more dams they want, if any, because of environmental problems. This is the Arizona Band, the only all-Indian band to be participating in the inaugural. Navajo tribal band from Window Rock, Arizona.
Let's listen to them about it.
It's a long way from Window Rock. Another South Carolina band moving into view now. The Brooklyn Case High School Band. I hesitated there because I'm not sure whether it's Case or Case, to be perfectly honest.
The band that Arizona fellow we saw going by had the ecological connotations, and that teaching us to live with the land was the idea that as fast as the American Indian's way of life was fast disappearing under our modern civilization. Here's a Tennessee float.
Country music depicted in this float in Tennessee. Of course, country music, which has come back into style in the last several years, probably sells as many or more records as rock music currently, depicted in the float. The Oklahoma Horses right behind that from Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Field Artillery half section, and then the Aurora High School Band from Missouri.
Speaking of that country music, Dan, last night Roger Williams, the pianist, one of the gala performances at which the president and the vice president were touring around and so forth, he said that the vice president's favorite tune that he asked him to play earlier in the day was Stella by Starlight. He said, if you don't think it's a problem going around in the heavy rain in Washington, D.C. on inaugural eve trying to find sheet music of Stella by Starlight, you haven't been on a search in your lifetime.
Walter, H.R. Bob Haldeman, who's the president's right-hand man and one of the most powerful people in government, and a man, very conservative dresser, sophisticated man in many, many ways, is known to be, among other things, a devotee of country music. He listens to Johnny Cash regularly and has been heard to go around humming a few bars of "I Hear the Train Coming."
I'd like to hear the whole rendition later, Dan.
Much later.
Oklahoma, the horses went by Fort Sill's famed Field Artillery half section from Fort Sill, and then the Missouri Band, the Aurora High School Band representing Missouri. It's called the Hound Dog Band.
This is the Golden Spur Texas marching unit from, would you believe it, the Nixon High School in Laredo, Texas.
That's not the same Nixon, I believe. Not to be confused, isn't that what we said?
No, it's J.W. Nixon.
Who was he?
I was afraid you'd ask that, Walton. No, he was a gentleman who lived in the area, well known in the area, who took part in a lot of civic projects, I believe.
But no relation?
No. I think the president's staff once traced that down. I have to be careful because I'm not absolutely positive. They traced it down and said that they couldn't find any relationship, but they assumed that there was some relation.
Hey, look here. They brought Speaker McCormick there between the president and the vice president. I just wonder if by any chance they heard us on television talking about that.
I wonder.
And realized that he was there in the stands alone. I'm sure that they would have done it earlier if they'd known.
Well, for whatever reason, it was a very nice thing to do.
That's quite a nice gesture.
This music, Walter, is from the Indiana band from Shenandoah High School, Indiana, providing the music for a poignant photograph. President Nixon, former Speaker McCormick, Vice President Agnew.
Speaking of that J.W. Nixon name from Laredo, Texas, did you note, Dan, that President Nixon omitted his middle name, Milhouse, today in taking the oath of office? He's dropped signing Richard M. Nixon from the bills, and officially he's just Richard Nixon, and he didn't mention it today. The New Jersey has come in, the Vermont band now, the Hartford High School Band. It's just passing by. Speaker McCormick's leaving after a word with the Nixon family. The
president has been standing all through the parade. He's been standing for almost a full hour now, and apparently he intends to stand for most, if not all, of the parade.
You were mentioning the White House advisor, Bob Haldeman, that right now Leslie Stahl is with the president's advisor, John Ehrlichman. They're on the north lawn of the White House. Leslie?
We're standing here with the President's Advisor for Domestic Affairs, John Ehrlichman. How are you bearing up in this freezing weather?
Oh, this isn't too bad. It's a great parade. Just super.
How can you say it isn't too bad?
Well, I'm from Seattle, you know. I'm a nerd to this nice, pleasant weather.
Mr. Ehrlichman, in the President's speech, there really wasn't much emphasis on domestic affairs. Why was that, do you think?
Well, I'd have to disagree with you. I think there was one passage that's extremely important where the President drew the analogy between progress in foreign affairs through a change of policy and progress in domestic affairs through a change of policy. And I think that's going to be referred to repeatedly as sort of the theme of the President's approach in the next 4 years on the domestic side.
Do you think that he will turn more to issues at home as the situation in Vietnam straightens itself out?
Well, it would be pretty hard for him to turn more. He's been very busy on the domestic side, as you'll see when the new budget comes out, when you see the State of the Union. The State of the Union this year is going to be in a rather unusual form. And the President's been innovating with that, and I think all of the work that he has been putting in the last couple of months on the domestic side will be apparent.
Give us a little hint as to what that form will be.
No, well, except to say that it will be in written form this year instead of an oral address to the Congress, and it will be over a period of time rather than all at once.
Will he touch on any new points that we haven't heard from him before?
Indeed, I think you will see a very innovative and positive.
What areas?
Well, it just generally this kind of thing, that everybody knows government's not working well enough, that we've got a lot on our books in the way of programs that are not delivering, and a real challenge to everybody in the federal government and at all levels of government to renew and make the whole thing work better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ehrlichman. Thank you.
And while we were listening to that interview, Leslie Stahl with John Ehrlichman, the Abu Bakr Shrine White Horse Mounted Patrol from Sioux City, Iowa passed by. We saw the Kentucky Band from Morehead State University, the Morehead State University Marching Band, quite a large and magnificent unit. And now the Georgia Float's just going by. Its theme, Education for a Great America. And the Montana Band behind it, the Golden Skyliners Junior Drum and Bugle Corps, and now the Ohio Float. The Spirit of America. Native Sons of Ohio, first in flight, first on the moon.
That music, Walter, is from the Ohio State University Marching Band, which is just behind that Ohio Float. They're fond of saying in Ohio that even when they lose the football games, they always win the band contest. Ohio State lost the Rose Bowl this year.
Members of that band, 20 units.
Well, there's no contest for bands today, but if there were one, this band would be high up there. They have that really big, full marching band sound to them.
More horses, Indiana's, Fort Wayne's, Mizpah Shrine, Horse Patrol. Parade and drill champions of the Great Lakes Shrine Conventions for quite a long time.
Well, Walter, Leslie Stahl was interviewing John Ehrlichman a moment ago, and I think it is probably not yet fully understood in the country that Mr. Ehrlichman, who's been one of the powers in the Nixon administration, virtually single-handedly under the President's supervision in charge of domestic policy, has increased powers in recent weeks.
CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment. We just missed, unfortunately, the United States Air Force Band leading Division 4 of this parade. 3 divisions have gone by, 2 remain. The Air Force led the 4th Division. The Air Force Band was there, and we weren't able to show you a small hole in the ranks. The Air Force Band just accepted their first woman, Airman Karen Ryle of Cedarhurst, New York. But she wasn't marching in the band today. It seems like they haven't finished her uniform yet.
But we'll see her the next time around.
Right.
This is the group from the District of Columbia, parochial school, the Archbishop Carroll High School Band from the District of Columbia. What we're seeing faces of these band members reminds one, it always comes as a bit of shock, to me at least, in doing the homework, to realize that no Negroes were allowed in any inaugural parade until the time of Abraham Lincoln. At the parade of 1865, the first blacks were allowed in an inaugural parade, a couple of military units. This is the Virgin Islands float.
District of Columbia, perhaps, or is that Virgin Islands?
Well, we're a little ahead of ourselves on picture. The District of Columbia just moving out of view, and we'll see the Florida Band and then the Virgin Islands float. This is the Leto High School Falcon Marching Band. Could be Leto High School, I suppose we should say.
Tampa.
bands play as they pass in front of the reviewing stand, and others simply march by and do a left look at the reviewing stand.
The cameramen are absolutely fascinated by this health welfare department, the physical fitness programs, trampoline. They keep picking that picture up and throwing us off entirely. I think the parade's going haywire there.
This is the Virgin Islands float we mentioned a moment ago. Fun in the Sun. It's supposed to...
Look at them in their parkas. Hey, how about that?
Very apropos today, as cold as it has been. The temperature during the day in the upper 30s and lower 40s. The New Mexico band now, Clovis High School. From Clovis, New Mexico, Wildcat Marching Band, 130 of them.
You know, Dan, that the last unit of this parade is going to be that Fairfax County Combined High School Band of 1,976 members. The largest band, as far as is known, to ever march in a parade. Hope we're still here.
Coming up behind very fine Clovis, New Mexico High School Band are the Ohio Horsemen, the Cleveland Mounted Police Unit. Traditionally one of the nation's finest mounted police outfits. This is not the entire marching unit, by the way. It's represented by 11 of its members. They made an appearance in the inaugural parade of the late President Eisenhower in 1953, which you recall, Walter, was one of the all-time longest and generally acknowledged to be best of the inaugural parades. The Kansas Band from Kansas State Teachers College moves into view.
We've had no hitches in this parade so far. The only snafu in the parade, I guess, was that they tore down one of the stands after they sold tickets to it a few days before the parade by some mistake. But as far as the marching order, the parade itself goes, no problems. In contrast to 56, when one of the big floats got stuck, the AFM, American Federation of Musicians float, got stuck in the streetcar tracks and threw the whole thing off schedule. There's the trampoline.
That's George Harry, who is the former world trampoline champion, which is one reason we wanted to give the viewers a good look at it. He is something to see on that trampoline. Just as we say that, he stopped doing his thing. As you saw a moment ago, he can get up there and turn 3 somersaults before coming back down with seeming ease.
Many politicians in Washington can do that. It probably hasn't hit them as very peculiar today.
Well, you know how politicians are. A good one can be an acrobat. He has to straddle the fence, keep his fingers on the nation's pulse, point with pride, and look to the future while keeping both ears to the ground.
Now, looking at that unit, that's a Thunderbird Angel flight from Oklahoma State University there a moment ago from Stillwater, and I sometimes think, looking at them, that I'd rather look at girls and horses. There's the NASA float, the Moon Rover. It's got a couple of simulated astronauts on it. I don't think they're the real thing, but these are. That's the Apollo 17 fellow, Eugene Cernan, there on the right, Ronald Evans, in the middle, Harrison Jack Schmidt, and the bachelor astronaut over there on the left.
This is the Utah band music you hear from Brigham Young University, the Cougar Marching Band from Provo, Utah. They've got something, a lot of things to be proud of, but one of them is that the College Band Directors National Association named them one of the 10 best marching bands in the western region of the United States. Followed by the Florida Float, depicting the First Church of America in San Augustine, Florida. Followed in the distance there by the Newport Military Contingent from Rhode Island. Rogers High School Band and Junior Army ROTC Drill Unit moving in there behind the Florida Float. Walter, it appears to me that the wind has dropped down just a little, which means the chill factor is not quite as low as it was earlier in the day. The temperature is still in the low 40s, and it's cold for those who was watching the parade, but it's a little more comfortable than it was.
Well, the Weather Bureau doesn't agree with me, Dan, that the wind has dropped. They claim it's now up to 23 steady and gusting to 33, but it doesn't look like it in the parade, I must say. It looks very calm out there compared to what it had been before when the flags were standing straight up.
Those may be airport readings or readings at the top of some building, and while the Weather Bureau people generally do an outstanding job, we've worked with them over the years in hurricanes and other things, they've been badly off today all the way around. They're having the kind of day the Redskins had in the Super Bowl.
We saw the Rhode Island Newport military contingent go by. Now the Maryland Mounted Park Police. Right behind them, a Colorado band, the Platte Valley High School band from Kersey, Colorado. We have a fuller explanation of what went on there at 14th in Pennsylvania earlier today from CBS News correspondent Phil Jones, who was there. That's where some missiles were thrown at the presidential car. There were bottles. One of them shattered right behind the car. Mrs. Nixon, according to Phil Jones, appeared to duck a couple of times, although none of the tomatoes, eggs, and rocks came actually near the president's car itself. When the vice president's car came along shortly thereafter, the Secret Service climbed aboard the back of the car and told the vice president and Mrs. Agnew to sit down inside the car at that point. Phil Jones says there were about 2,000 demonstrators there chanting Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil as the president's car went by. Now here's the Veterans Float, torch of freedom rising from a bed of our nation's colors.
That music, I think, Walter, is from the Woodway High School Marching Band, which is just behind the float. It's a Veterans Marching Unit directly behind the float, and then behind that, the state of Washington's representative band from Woodway High School.
Dan, there's a touching note of passing time here. The Veterans Marching Unit has the colors of all of our veteran organizations. And it's noted in our program parade notes here that the flags of the veterans of the Spanish-American War and the veterans of World War I are carried on their behalf by members of other units. I think this is the first time I've seen a note in the parade or elsewhere that our World War I veterans are getting along to that age where, indeed, there are not many of them who are capable of a long march of this kind to carry their own colors. I think it's rather a sad note of our passing history.
Well, we're going to move into a period now, Walter, when the Vietnam finally does end, trying to assimilate a different kind of veteran, a different kind of feeling about war. It started with the Korean War veterans, didn't it? And now with these Vietnam War veterans, it's going to be, as President Nixon has said any number of times, an important test for us as a people as to whether we can bind up these wounds caused by this long and tragic war. This is the Missouri Military Academy Marching Unit.
Well, I think we just had them, and now the Coast Guard band, I believe, Dan. But CBS News coverage of the inaugural parade will continue in a moment.
This is the Bryan Adams Marching Band, Dallas, Texas. We missed the Merchant Marine Academy band and marching group.
And the Coast Guard, which were in there too, leading this 5th and last division of this inaugural parade. Wait to see this next float, Dan, with an old Texan. I can say that to another old Texan. It ought to be close to the president's heart.
It'll have football on it somewhere. You can bet on that.
That's exactly what it's going to do.
The Eyes of Texas. Former President Johnson did not attend today's inaugural ceremonies. He chose to remain in Texas. He, of course, had an invitation to attend. I understand sent his congratulations to President Nixon. John Connally, the former Treasury Secretary, was much in evidence around town this week, doing some politicking. And we continue to hear a lot of people in the Nixon administration say, don't be surprised if John Connally sooner or later isn't back in the administration. Whether that's a hope or something they know, well, we'll simply have to wait and see.
President Johnson has not been too well lately. He's had a little heart trouble, as you know. I was down there a couple of weeks ago. Here we are from Texas.
Well, this is a float. Young people in support of the float. As you know, in Texas, at your time as in mine, Walter, every young man was raised with the idea that if you couldn't be a dope walker or a coyote, there's something lacking in your masculinity.
You don't mind if I go back to Bon Hilliard and Ernie McCoy, do you? That's the first Ernie McCoy.
Ernie McCoy could punt a football farther than anyone I ever saw, and I saw him only in his late days. The New York band and marching unit. I believe this is. So it's a little out of place according to our rundown.
This is I guess the operating engineers marching unit, 125 members of local, 137 international union. Their gold hard hats and white blazers. And under the direction of Daniel Gagliardi from Westchester County, New York. And the president's given them a big applause.
Seated up behind the president, Walter, they made a point of it today. A certain number of seats were blocked out for something called the New American Majority, made up of members of various labor unions, including the construction unions, elderly persons, blacks, veterans. I'm not sure that Mr. and Mrs. George Meany and Mr. and Mrs. Frank Fitzsimmons made it up to that section. The White House had hoped that they would, but I have not seen them.
This is something called the Queen Village Queen Drum and Bugle Corps, also from Westchester County, New York. Was I blinking? Did I miss the Nebraska, the McCook High School band?
I started to say, I hope we didn't miss the Nebraska band. It may be that they've changed places. That sometimes happens, particularly in the late stages of the parade, and we are nearing the end of the parade now. We do see the Black Horse Troop of Texas Shriners. And behind them is scheduled to be the Hawaii marching unit. We'll keep an eye out for that McCook High School band from Nebraska. But I'm told it's already gone by, and apparently what happened, Walter, is it went by very quickly.
110 members. We must have looked around quite a while.
Sorry we missed that. I think that and the Arkansas group were the only two through this long afternoon that we didn't get a look at.
I think so.
And it wasn't because we weren't trying, but in a parade this long, it's almost impossible to show every unit from every place. The Hawaii marching unit, Aloha, from Hickam Air Force Base.
This Hawaii float depicts a bridge between east and west.
To be followed by the New Jersey band, the Governor Livingston Regional High School marching unit, just behind this Hawaii float.
We're going to cut away just for a moment because that demonstration with, they say, an estimated, some have said as many as 60,000 people still going on at Washington Monument. Let's get a quick report from Hal Walker there.
Yes, Walter, things are about breaking up here, it seems, in spite of the fact that they had folk singer Pete Seeger, who was usually a good crowd drawer. But it's kind of dissipating. The people here at their height were estimated by various police forces at ranging from 30 to 40 or 44,000. Many of the people have been out in the cold since early this morning for this counter-inauguration. Nelson Benson has been here watching the crowd. What do you think of the mood?
Well, I would note a couple of things, Hal. It was not all young people. I saw some people here as old as you and me. The mood has been pretty quiet. I mean, pretty peaceful. It hasn't been quiet. There's been rock music in the speakers and a lot of speeches, but except for the flag incidents where the American flags were taken down, some others substituted, fairly peaceful.
Interestingly enough, that contingent of older people seem to have joined after they got here closer to this point this morning. It seemed like a very young crowd at the Lincoln Memorial, and it got a little older as the day wore on, as the peace movement has worn on too. Back to you, Walter.
I think we've all done that, Hal. We've grown a little older as the day is going on. The Pennsylvania band from the Altoona area high school band came by a moment ago. This is the American, or just coming up, I guess. This is the American Heritage float here now. The band that passed by with the New Jersey band.
Now coming up,
Governor Livingston Regional High School marching unit. Now we got the Pennsylvania band. We only have a few more units left in this parade, and it's just about going off on schedule. They said it'll be over between 3:30 and 4. That's just about what they're going to do.
I suppose you could say, Walter, it's certainly true in politics, and I guess it's true in parades as well. As in love, timing, luck are fundamental, and President Nixon's had a lot of good timing and a lot of good luck in recent months. Very large election victory. His inauguration, second inauguration thus far, going off with clockwork precision and little difficulty, as best we've been able to gather, reporting around town, some demonstrations, and that bonfire built out of winter picket fence back on the ellipse about 300 yards from the parade, but no serious trouble reported as yet.
Coming up on the New York Mounted Unit, the Rockland County Mounted Patrol. And coming along after that, let's just run through quickly what we expect to see. Parks for the People, a float representing the park system of the United States, and the Iowa Band, the North High School Band from Iowa.
Iowa always has terrific bands. That's great band country out there.
It really is. Well, it's where the Music Man was set, you know, that great Meredith Willson show. He was an Iowan. I remember Music Men in my day when we all were sold instruments by the traveling man who organized us into a band.
That's a super float. You can see it coming down, that Parks to the People float. And there's another behind that, the Youth float, the Generation of Peace. See it coming into view. Probably the largest float of this parade. I think the Eisenhower first inaugural parade had more larger, expensive floats than any inaugural parade I've ever seen, including this one. Some of those floats cost $10,000 or more, and I wouldn't be surprised if, for example, this Generation of Peace float cost $5,000 or $6,000. Those things are expensive to put together.
Eisenhower parade also took 4.5 hours to pass the reviewing stand. It's a little bit long.
25,000 people took part in that 1953 inaugural parade. The estimate today was something, I think, just under 20,000, was it not?
Yeah, something like 15,000 or something. I think it was.
The Polar Bear Band from Des Moines, Iowa. It's been a super parade. Be agreed by anybody's parade standards. It's gone off smoothly. A lot of really good music and just enough of the floats to keep your interest.
The youth float, the Oklahoma Band from Perry High School. Then the Bicentennial Commission float. And just about turning the corner onto Pennsylvania Avenue from that little S-turn on 15th Street, the largest marching band ever, the Spirit of 1976 Band, 1,976 bandsmen from 20 high schools in Fairfax County, Virginia. That's the county right here that butts Washington, D.C.
It's just moving into view. You can see their big 76 ahead of that band. What a band that is. We could hear them practicing early this morning.
I bet you could. They're practicing out in Fairfax County, weren't they?
Not that we heard them, but I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't hear them at that distance. But if you were standing near them, they'd make you drop your change when they started off. There they are. Last strains of the Oklahoma Band, the Bicentennial Float, and then that huge Spirit of 76 Band, which will bring the parade practically to an end. Just behind it, the Colonial Saybrook Pipe and Drum Corps will close out the parade. President Nixon has stood with Vice President Agnew through the whole parade. Mrs. Nixon stood for most of the time.
Dan, we're going to see that 1976 band, Young People's Band, move into view in front of the reviewing stand just as we get ready to say goodnight to this coverage of the inaugural parade for President Nixon's second term as the 37th President of the United States. There it is. It's still turning the corner 2 blocks away as all of those young people from Fairfax County march past President Nixon and Vice President Agnew. CBS News coverage of the inauguration of President Nixon comes to a temporary halt. Dan, you'll be back at 11:30 tonight along with Charles Perrault and Mariah McLaughlin to have a ball for the inaugural ball. And for Dan Rather and all of our CBS News staff at this inaugural, this is Walter Cronkite saying good afternoon.
This has been a CBS News special, the second inauguration of Richard Nixon. This broadcast was sponsored by the many fine products of General Foods and by the Savings and Loan Foundation or your Savings and Loan Association. They want you to know how money works. Ed Sullivan hosts a gala 90-minute special when he presents the Entertainment of the Year Awards. Join Ed and the year's top stars Tuesday night at 9:30, 8:30 Central Time on CBS.